Axe. J'attends, il y a un petit jingle qui doit arriver. Donc, Il
l'avait déjà lancé, je crois.
Ah bon. Il y en a déjà un. Bon, il y en avait deux, il n'y en a pas deux. Donc on va commencer.
So we'll make a start. Thank you for being here. You're right. This is the session to be at because it's not too hot. We'll try and survive. What we can say is we're going to be debating a subject that's a bit complicated, and it's certainly reflecting what we are living today. We're going to be talking about capital, labour and progress, because progress can modify the distribution between capital and labour. We know that it's a subject that is certainly of concern for citizens. And then there's the question of productivity, which is also a subject that is dear to the heart of Patrick Artus. So very quickly, Patrick Artus, you are very familiar with him. Esther Duflo, who's joined us. Hello, Esther. So Nobel Prize for Economics. So she is our Nobel Prize winner. Next to her, we have a key person, and that is Pierre-Olivier Gourinchas, senior economist at the IMF. We've got two industrial representatives. So we've got Jean-Pierre Clamadieu to tell us about reality. So he is the chair of the board of directors of Engie, and we have Florent Ménigaud, who is the CEO of Michelin. So in these two sectors, lots of things are happening. So before we launch the round table, let's just go around the table to see the kind of climate that you are in. Are you worried? So the climate is slightly different this year. That's my feeling. There's a sense of concern. Do you share that with us? Well, there's some plus points, some minus points. There are some major technical progresses that are really upsetting prospects for innovating. And then there's a geopolitical environment that is not at all great for economic development. And then there's a situation in France, which is also of major concern. We've got a form of immobilism that's not really adapted to the current circumstances. Yes, we'll come back to that. Jean-Pierre Clamadieu. Yes, I was going to suggest three stages to go around the world. So the United States, a high level of uncertainty, especially in our profession. So we could have invested in energy transition, and it was working very well. And then Trump arrived, and this undermined everything and generated customs tariffs. And then we have all of this uncertainty, and that is not favorable to investment. Engie is being very cautious about what it's doing in the United States. Europe, we're convinced that it's important to be on the trajectory of 50% reduction of emissions by 2030. We've got to green the production of electricity. 45% of electricity produced in Europe last year was based on renewable sources. We'll be at 60% in 2030, and the projects are well underway. So that trajectory is ensured. There's a lot more to question between 2030 and 2040. There are bricks in place, though. And the last step concerns China. There, the dynamics in terms of transition are very strong. The renewable capacities connected last year were mainly took place in China. So today, there's a disconnection between economic growth and the emissions of CO2. And China has been able to make energy transition a part of its policies, and even in its aggressive approach to the automotive sector. So there is a contrasting picture. There's a false debate about renewables that we've been hearing about in France. In France, we need to develop all sources of decarbonated energies. Yes, I imagine that you don't agree with Bruno Retailleau, but that's another debate. So, Pierre-Olivier, tell us your point of view. So our last projection was in April after the shock of the customs tariffs imposed by the American administration. And at that time, we were very worried. The rest of the world was worried about what was going to be happening. I think what we're seeing at the moment is that we've got these tariffs that are lower than what was announced in April. So from that point of view, the shock is perhaps not as bad as it might be. This is something that can be seen in the American growth figures that are still very high. It's also something that can be seen. There's a second development that's new, and it's what's happened on the exchange markets. The dollar's gone down in value, and compared with the Chinese currencies, so the United States and China are benefiting from the devaluation of their money, and this should help them to grow a little bit faster compared with the countries in the Eurozone or the rest of the world. So it's a currency that's become a bit more expensive. So there's a contrasting evolution in a climate that is highly uncertain. So just to say, Pierre-Olivier Gorinacha, is France under the umbrella of the FMI, of the IMF? On the 15th of July, we know that François Bayrou will be proposing something. What are you expecting from that? Do you agree? It's not for straight away, being under the sponsorship of the IMF. Well, it's what you said earlier on, Edwige. It's not tomorrow or after tomorrow that this will happen. We have to have a correction of the budgetary trajectory. It's absolutely essential. The laws of gravity apply to France as well. We have to adapt. We can't fly. We've got to be able to land, and we've got to see where we're landing. Okay, Esther Duflo, how do you see things? You've worked a lot on developing countries. How are you perceiving these countries that we're not hearing about anymore? Well, I would say that since the COVID crisis, we've had crisis after crisis in these developing countries. There wasn't the possibility for these developing countries to benefit from the support programs that were available in the United States and Europe. So there was tax support. So poor countries spent 2% of their GDP, and therefore being able to catch up after the COVID crisis took a lot longer. And then there was inflation, the increase in food prices, and this was quite considerable in poor countries. And then there's the debt crisis. So we were in a very positive dynamic movement until COVID, and since COVID, it's like a truck that's, it's driving backwards and then it's moving forward slightly. So there's been the dismantling of the US aid organization, and then budgets that are being cut, and threats on trade are appearing. And so the environment, our prognosis cannot be very favorable. Yes, it's worrying. Patrick Artus, and then we'll talk about productivity, and then thank you for saying something. I think the concerns are quite clear. The customs tariffs, even if they're not as high as they were supposed to be, so a number of countries are in recession because of them. Canada, Mexico. There's a very negative effect on major commercial partners that the United States has. And Europe, the situation is uncertain. I can't see Europe going backwards in terms of its health structure or other structures. So there's a certain amount of uncertainty. Then there's uncertainty in terms of public indebtedness in the United States, in France, in Germany as well, in Japan. And this concern can bring interest rates up. So I don't think that Pierre-Olivier will be able to do something quickly in the FMI, in the IMF. But we will have to face budgetary restrictions because of this situation. So what about productivity then? This microphone doesn't seem to work very well. Well, the productivity, why is it declining everywhere? Notably in France, we said that if the number of hours worked was lower than in other countries, it wasn't a problem because we had a very good level of productivity. But this is no longer the case now, is it? No, we mustn't confuse the level of productivity and the growth of productivity. France still has a level of productivity that is high. Now, we know, of course, that the United States are seeing productivity gains that are lasting and are higher. We see this in the Draghi report, in the State report. So there's a difference between the United States and Europe. There are causes, country by country. In France, for example, we've said that the development of apprenticeship was not good for productivity. And I won't go into the details of the specific causes. The global causes of the decline in productivity that costs 2 growth points in Europe compared with the United States every year. So that's quite considerable. And productivity in all of Europe has been stagnating since 2017. So that's not the COVID effect. It predates COVID. And then the causes, there are multiple causes. And there's the responsibility of employees. There's a high rise in absenteeism in companies, and that's bringing productivity down. Then there's the responsibility of companies themselves. European companies are not really spending much on research and development compared with the United States, 50% less. And then there's a strong correlation between the level of R&D expenditure and productivity gains. Thirdly, there's the over-dimensioning of the technological sector in Europe. It's half as big as in the United States in Europe. And the essential causes, well, first of all, there's the lack of context between research and companies. There's a lot of academic research that shows that European fundamental research is just as good as fundamental research in the United States, but the development of products is being carried out in the United States. That's the first cause. And then the second cause, there's the underdevelopment of venture capital. 22 billion euros was raised for venture capital in Europe last year. 250 billion was the figure in the United States. So we know that the heads of startups, when they come and they're unicorns, they will be financed in the United States. So it's all of these causes that are being built up. Now, just a word about what happens when there are no more productivity gains. Well, this triggers a conflict in terms of income distribution. This is clear in Europe. If you look at the margin rates of European companies, they're higher today than in 2018. If you look at the purchasing power of European households, it's gone up by 11% between 2018 and now. So the only loser is the absence, in terms of absence of productivity, is Europe. European states have increased their public deficit, especially France. And so we've got households, companies who have been impacted. And if we'd had 2% of productivity gains in 2018, the situation might have been different, and we might have had value to share between all of these economic players. So what do we have to do? Do we have to get rid of people, of people being allowed to take time off for illness? Well, we have got to try for more growth first and foremost. I am not for policies for bringing down public spending. So the problem is that we don't have enough money coming in. Now, if you start talking about a tax, well, this, I think some people will not be in agreement. So we don't have enough tax income. It's not a French phenomenon. It's something that we see in Spain, in other countries. So the first priority is really to increase employment rates. So we've got to train senior members of the population. We've got to organize vocational training for the less qualified. Thank you. I'm feeling that there is some tension on the right-hand side of me. So Esther Duflo, I'd like to talk about things with you. Productivity is maybe not your subject, so progress can make it possible to do many things. It can allow for a better distribution between capital and labor. It can allow for transfer of wealth. How do you see this notion of progress in relation to capital and labor? Well, perhaps we can start with productivity, that notion first. It's very difficult to measure productivity, especially today. And that's because part of the productivity is measured in a monetary way, and part of the productivity translates the increase in margins, an increase in margins that might correspond to a real value that is given to people who buy things or not. It might correspond to something else. So what we're observing in the United States, for example, where there's been a lot of growth, we saw a lot of growth in terms of capital in GDP, huge growth with a decrease in terms of work, and huge increases in inequalities and increase in margins. Productivity might be overestimated or underestimated in level and growth. There are sectors that don't have traded products like Facebook. They're not directly part of GDP, so it might be underestimated or overestimated, because everything can be thought of in terms of profit and income, but then some of the value is not measured. When you look at a sector like health, for example, it's a question, and you think about progress. Obviously we want people who are in good health who don't die. So the United States, from that point of view, is less attractive. Because even if we stop before COVID, the life expectancy is not going up in the United States. The average mortality age is going down, whereas spending on health is going up. When we look at a sector, an explicit sector like health, we might say that the comparison is not very clear between the United States and Europe. And this is linked with the notion of progress. What do we want to obtain? That's the question. What is the aim of the economy? Well, the economy is not just GDP. It's happiness or well-being. When we see that the United States, in spite of spending, it's not producing people who are in good health. It's producing people who are dying younger and younger. There's obviously a fundamental problem in the way the country and the society is organized. And there's something else. If there is an increase in productivity, and we're seeing that in certain sectors, and this is what Patrick Arthur said, there's the link between fundamental research and applied research, and in particular because of a budget that is huge for research and has been huge since the 1950s. And then there's a trade sector, non-trade sector link that is very powerful with the universities, with hospitals, and that has led to very clear progress, whether we're talking about the COVID vaccine or artificial intelligence. Now, that sector, that's the sector where the Trump administration that's the sector that Trump is trying to hurt. He's trying to make it disappear. When we see the beautiful build, it's about really reducing the tax income it's reducing income, and reducing the non-trade sector. And there are certain things that can't be changed, obviously, like the army, but it's this effort that has been implemented. And that's why profits are going to be going up. So we're going to remove that sector, that non-trade sector, and do everything from a capitalistic point of view. Now, that was not the driving force of economic growth either in the United States or in Europe until this day. Now, in terms of the economic climate, things are very worrying, and the future for the United States is really quite troubling, not because we're going to be increasing the debt, but because we're also removing the key to the engine that made it possible in the United States to have growth. So where does this leave Europe? Well, I think there's a huge opportunity for Europe. We should try and do things properly. The United States stole our research sector, after the war. Now let's take it back. But it's not going to be done thanks to hundreds and millions of euros. We're going to need a lot more money than that. And I'm very happy to talk about tax income. So this happened in the United States and Europe thanks to a fundamental public research sector that was powerful. And a lot of the improvements to hospital, that's a non-trading market, was thanks to energetic tax systems to make sure that there was enough money to finance the sector, which has a long-term perspective. And this is going to become even more important with the transition-focused approaches, and then of course there are the short-term prospects of people in business. So coming back to tax systems, do you think that if we made taxes even heavier for certain agents, and we won't name them, do you think that that might encourage this progress, this productivity in the long term? Well, it's clear that we've got a big problem when it comes to progress of tax, at the top of the pyramid for companies. Now there's the OECD agreement about the minimum taxes for companies that's been introduced. Then there's the agreement between the G7 organization and the Trump administration. But before that agreement, there was a big problem. There was a big problem when it came to tax income from the biggest multinationals, not just in France, but across the world. There was a big problem with respect to the progress of tax right at the top there. So billionaires. So the man tax is one way to answer that, but it has to be coordinated. It would be good if it were coordinated at global level, but because lots of people think that, say it can't work if it's not at global level, but some people believe that it can be at European level. But obviously, I think it would be possible to do it at European level. There aren't very many millionaires. I think it's perfectly possible. Sorry, I understood the opposite. Most millionaires don't want to move to the United States. So people will stay here, even if they have a 2% tax on their fortune every year. So experiments carried out, introduction, removal of progressive taxes for the wealthier in Scandinavian countries show that people don't move. So we'll see whether companies move or not. We'll ask our neighbors in just a while. So do you think that we can have a proper assessment of productivity, and what consequence does this have on the economy? Well, this is the real question. The growth of productivity is what conditions improvements to standards of living. Esther is right. There are other dimensions with respect to quality of life. It's not just about measuring productivity of trade, but the correlation is so strong, and it concerns longer-term periods. Therefore, it's the key to many of the problems that we're having to face. The first point that I would like to make is that it's very difficult to measure productivity, as Esther said. It's very difficult to measure it in the short term. There are many things happening that are polluting our measures of productivity. There are cyclical effects. So we're coming out of crisis periods with COVID, with the energy crisis. During COVID, we kept employees inside companies, even though they weren't producing, and of course productivity collapsed. It was purely mechanical. If you're not producing, there are employees in the United States who were let go of. But it's just cyclical. The shocks, the crises are so big that this distorts measurements. So we've got to really take a step back. We've got to look at things from hindsight. And when we take a step back, and this is illustrated in different reports, whether we're talking about the Draghi report, the State report, or whatever, the verdict is absolutely without doubt. Productivity is declining in Europe in relation to the United States. And it's not just since 2017, it's been since 2010. Since it's the middle of the 90s, this is when things started to be generated. We could see things in detail. So Europe had to catch up, but the machine was a bit rusty. In the 90s, we never managed to get back to where we were, to the low flow level. And we had the impression that things deteriorated. Perhaps it's worse now than it was then. So that's the question that should draw the attention of policymakers, politicians in Europe. What should we do in order to get the machine back up and working? So why was it rusty, the machine? Why was it not working? Well, when we looked at things in detail, when we compared countries, we looked at things, the FMI looked at things in detail. Well, the thing is that we saw a slowdown everywhere when we looked at things, not just to European Union countries. So productivity goes down everywhere, but a little bit more in European countries. Now, the first reason for this was that it was linked to the wrong attribution of resources. To have productivity, the right employees have to be in the right place along with the capital. And that's something that deteriorated in many countries, in the European zone, for example, but not in the United States. So this created friction on the labor market, on the goods market, on the capital market. It created friction between countries in the European zone. The single market was not working properly. The resources were not going to the right places, and this was a factor that led to a drop in productivity. The second point that I'd like to mention is that when we look at the situation, well, we need to look at the technology sector. It's not just about innovation. It's not just the fact that we didn't have the GAFAs in Europe, that we didn't have Apple, we didn't have Amazon or Google. It's because when you look at the 90s, it's the adoption of technologies, communication and information and communication technology. It's the way companies brought these tools in order to improve productivity inside their processes. This took place at a much slower rate compared with the United States. So it wasn't a question of which company is going to create products, it's how these are going to be spread. So there were delays, and a lot of research was presented recently that was very interesting. So at the Sintra conference, the Central European Bank, so Benjamin Chauffeur showed that the technology adoption rate that improves productivity in companies is much lower in countries with forms of labor that are more rigid, that have welfare. There is a certain resistance to the adoption of these technologies in countries that are more protective. And then there's the finance sector. We can see the paradox of Europe is that we've got human capital, we've got a lot of researchers, they're very good, we've got a lot of capital. Generally speaking, it's not a huge region, but the European Union has an excess of savings, and the savings are exported. So we've got capital, we've got human capital, and we can't bring them together to make innovation and productivity come true. And that's the wager ahead of us in Europe.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I was listening to you. It's very interesting, those works by Benjamin Chauffeur. He's an economist. We're going to get back to this in a minute, but we're going to continue our roundtable with Jean-Pierre Clamadieu. Jean-Pierre Clamadieu, it's interesting to see the productivity that depends mostly on the allotment of capital. You are in a position, Engie, in a job. Engie is coming from a historic company, but it's also a job that is fairly recent, the ecological transition. It's a phenomenon that dates maybe, 10 years ago? So you need for this progress a lot of capital. You need a lot of capital. How do you manage this allotment of capital, and how do you get the productivity? What I'm going to say is going to illustrate what my neighbor said. We're in a job where investment that is required is massive. A group like Engie invests every year 8 billion euros. It's a pretty big amount of money in the various aspects of the ecological transition, production of decarbonated energy, transport, providing of this energy to the public. So for us, us, the challenge of the efficiency of this investment is very important. We developed in the group the smart electron concept, which means that we're trying to produce decarbonated electricity whenever it's needed and when it's needed. We know that in a sunny day, at noon, the production system is going to be so efficient that we don't need extra capacity. So we bring solutions throughout storage. It's massive progress in the job. In 10 years, we divided by 10 the cost of PV. In 10 years, we divided by 3 the cost of a windmill. Yeah, but less than the Chinese. That's what you said, though. Yeah, but we need to, on this topic, to find with China an agreement between Europe and China to benefit from these technologies. And on the batteries, in 18 months, we divided the cost by 2. So for us, the efficiency of the investment is key, and the rigidity and the complexity of the regulation is an element that makes this investment less efficient. Again, let's get back to the Draghi report. There are a few positive signals. I tend to see the glass more full than empty. Europe has made a few progress in the last few months in terms of simplification. We need today to take it a step further. Today, we need work, we need engineers, qualified engineers. We need to transform our work model to make sure that it can support this energy transition. And if I can make a last comment on productivity to raise a concern, it's the adoption of AI. It's something that we follow very closely when you're in the energy sector, between those who install data centers to develop applications of AI and those who produce energy for the same data centers. There's a very strong relationship. So we are in a very good place to watch how this AI deployed throughout the world, and this is quite a worrying picture. If we look at last year, 2024, 45% of the energy provided to the data center was done in the US, 15% in Europe, 25% in China. We're lagging behind. If you look at it, it's even more scary. The investment considered in the US on AI in how to treat the data and how to provide the tools to manage the data is 10 times more important than those that we see in Europe. And we have a risk here of lagging behind in the onboarding of these technologies that is going to impact our productivity in the companies because to deploy AI applications, it's exactly what you mentioned. The rigidity efforts, there's a difficulty to create conditions for dialogue with the stakeholders that would accelerate the implementation of these technologies. And there's a real risk of international organizations where the decision makers make choices between different regions of the world. There's a real risk that is if Europe does not make more efficient the implementation of its tools, actors will favor other regions for their actions, for their operations. So this is really something to watch for us. We need to be capable to adapt to transformations of our industrial system that are major. Yes. It's a very important point that Pierre-Olivier brought up, is that you're relaying, is if there's some blockages in the labor market, which is the case in France, we know it, and also in Europe, it's also going to block the deployment of AI. So I see Pierre Ménégo who is nodding. So this is something that we don't always get. Yes, and it shows in our negotiations with the social partners. It is a topic that they should harness when we talk with the trade union leaders or the organizations. It's very hard for us to mobilize them on this topic. They fear getting into this debate, and they don't look at it in a pragmatic way. And I'm not sure they consider that AI is going to destroy lots of jobs, but it's going to transform it. So we need to take care of those transformations. Do you agree with that, Pierre Ménégo, in your industry, which is heavy industry? Yes, there are several things that was said that I fully agree on. I would like to go back on a few fundamental notions that are the convictions at the Michelin Group. the human capital is the major asset of a healthy company, or of any company, by the way. And keeping up this human capital is a fundamental lever. To do that, we need to train the human capital, teach them to face reality. And this is not easy. In every kind of reality, if we're just scaring off people and to keep things as they are, it's completely disruptive. The other thing is we need to pay correctly the people. And there's a form of social misery that is emerging in the world when we try to do productivity by dropping the price of work, of labor. And this is really bad for social capital. It's the major stake of our societies today, yesterday, and tomorrow. The third belief that we have is technology is perfectly compatible with social unity and cohesion, smooth, good developing of individuals. But the productivity is fundamental, particularly in Europe. Let's not forget that Europe was supported in its economic growth by demographic growth as well. And in front of us, we can see very soon a degrowth in terms of demography. We're going to lose 2 million workers per year in very little time. And the productivity is going to become the essential factor of economic growth. So let's not be afraid. And I know that you're going to ask me the question, so I'm going to answer it right away. At Michelin, we have what we call the decent wage. All the employees have a minimum wage everywhere in the world because the labor has to compensate at a minimum level a person so they can grow. If you maintain individuals in a situation of precarity with their labor, you stop their capacity to innovate and to get productivity gains. So that could end up in closing the factories. So it's not about should we close down factories or not. It's how should we do it? We should support the employees at the same time. We should entrust them on finding another job again. In the latest social plans that we had, I would say about 80% of the employees have already found a new job because they were very well trained, because they're very committed, and the companies want to recruit them. Sometimes it's difficult to understand. You understand? You agree? It seems difficult, but at Michelin, the engagement rate is progressing, and it's a fundamental factor of the growth of the group. Esther Duflo, on the question of a decent wage that François Michelin put in place. Oops, it's very hot in here. I'm sorry. I'm not, I'm Florent Monégo. I'm not Florent Michelin. Florent Monégo. From Michelin, of course. My mistake, my bad. Is it something that seems absolutely necessary to you in this idea of progress and breakdown between capital and work and labor? I would like to comment exactly what he said. The conversation that we've had just before he took the floor, was a bit surreal because it's a conversation that we could have had in the 90s or the years 2000. Maybe in the Obama period in the US, where we felt like productivity was on the rise, everything was going well, business was thriving. In the US, innovation, productivity, and all of this was going the right way. But today, to have the same conversation when the US is actually getting degraded every day in front of our eyes, we cannot just say, oh, it's a shame that the data centers are installed in the US and not in Europe. We could see that there's a logic behind it. There's an economic and political logic that is taking place in the US that is attracting, driving them in a wall. And they may have even got into the wall with this big, beautiful bill of yesterday, where there's some very short-term incentives for companies, taxes and and it's all about investing machines to replace humans because machines cost less, and they have tax bonuses if they do that, tax breaks, and because machines cost less and they don't take sick leave and etc. or minimum wages. But at the end of the day, it doesn't work. And what we see today in the US is not an accident. It's a product of this degrading of social cohesion, which is due to the fact that the wages, the medium wages in the US is not good. No, it's the result of a vote, right? Yes, but this vote comes from old processes, probably even older than the drop of productivity in Europe. So if we say today that the French are conservative and the Americans and they don't want to have anything to do with AI, well, it's not surprising because there's a concern. And it's not, there's a possibility, a likelihood that AI will replace labor. And if AI replaces labor, it either means that there will be less employed people or it will reduce the wages. It happened before. We've heard about this fight about not wanting to be replaced by machines. The reality is that wages in England of qualified employees have not picked up in 100 years. It took them 100 years to get back to the stage where they were before the development of the technology. It's a long time. It's longer than the life of one person. So if you look at the people, whose job we're talking about, it's not obvious that it's acceptable as a trade-off. It doesn't mean that it's going to happen this way. AI can very well act as a complement to labor or replace some forms of labor. It depends for what, it depends on the decisions, it depends on the course that we want to take and how we're going to decide to use AI. My colleague Darren Asimoglu said it, the danger for companies, particularly for companies that have a tax more in favor of capital than labor. We're going to replace more and more work, so we're going to adopt AI technologies that will not really increase the total productivity, but that allow us to replace people by machines. It's very interesting. Everybody wants to say a word. Pierre-Olivier, Jean-Pierre Clamadieu, Florent Ménégo, and Patrick Artus. Just a word on AI. It's a huge opportunity and it's a huge risk at the same time on the stability and the functioning of our societies and our work market. We looked at the impact that AI could have on the work market, the labor market in a number of countries, and we studied it by wondering this exactly in the words that Esther mentioned. How can AI substitute itself to labor, or how can it complete or come on top of labor? And this is not. We should really look at the tasks. We should really study the number of tasks and the type of tasks that are done. Are they likely to be replaced by an algorithm, or they can be increased by an algorithm? And it's not only a technological decision, it's also a decision that reflects society's choices. We can very well imagine an algorithm that could absorb all the laws of a country, and it's absolutely easy to understand. If we want to have a mechanical justice, it's easy to imagine that, but we want to keep the justice human. We don't want to replace a judge by an algorithm. If we give an algorithm to a judge, it will help him do his job. If, for example, somebody who's going to do a job of research, legal research, maybe we could replace that person. So if you look at that, we see that it's about 50-50. In economies that are advanced, 50% of the workers are exposed to AI, and half of the 60%, this is going to have a substitution effect for some and a complementary effect for others. So there are some risks and there's some real opportunities. The second point, this is a snapshot at the moment. What we also know when there's some technological evolution, such as for AI, we saw it with the onboarding of all the IT technologies, is that the future jobs don't exist yet. They will emerge coming from the technological frontier that will be taking place. 50% of jobs that exist today didn't exist 50 years ago because the technology didn't let them be. So we need to see the impact of the technology and how it's going to transform labor. And we need to support employees so they can benefit from those technologies as much as they can, or take advantage of all these new functionalities that are going to appear, and so they can find a job in this field. So this is an image that is quite dynamic. We should not look at it in a very static way. So Florent Mélégo, Patrick Artus, I fully agree with what was said. At Michelin, we told everyone that AI is like a hammer. It could be the best one or not. It's a tool that allowed men to do a lot of things, so it could be a very destructive weapon. It depends on the way the humans interact with technology. So in this case, technology is very powerful, so it's a very powerful hammer. It's just a matter of how you deal with this technology and what do you want to do with it. So we want to use this technology not to replace work, but to allow labor to be more interesting, to be more diversified, more developed, and to give access to more people. We need to train better people. We need to help. The more we adopt AI, the more we're going to have to train the people. We're going to use them on fundamental notions, train their judgment, avoid saying that these technologies bring the truth. It could be a massive tool of manipulation. The challenge here, by onboarding this technology, we shouldn't refuse the technology by saying it's dangerous, or we should adopt it massively, but develop on the side some mechanisms to allow humans to adapt to those. And at Michelin, we created a manufacture of talents. We spend twice more in training by year than any company of the same level, because we understood that. And we tell all the people who will work on AI, there's 100 people who work on AI at Michelin. AI is irrigating all jobs, but it's very peaceful socially because we don't present it as a way to substitute work, but to augment work, in fact. So we train massively people, and we have the same effort to make with society. We need to retrain people at a younger age so they have a relationship with this tool, with a personal reflection, with a personal thinking. We've also developed an ethic code. We say that when somebody makes a decision, even if compared to a machine who would make the decision, it's the individual that comes first. And even if he makes a mistake, we'll tell the individual, you did the right thing by exerting your judgment. It didn't work out, or it did, but we'll try to think why you didn't use the machine to form your decision, but you did right by trying to form your own decision. The human being has to stay at the center. Jean-Pierre Clamadieu, to answer what Esther said, I'm not fascinated by what's happening in the US, far from it, but on digital and AI, a lot of resources are employed in this part of the world, and Europe should not lag behind. That's why I was making that comment. On the application of AI, we have a very similar approach than what Florent said. AI for us is not about replacing jobs, is allowing our teams to work better, allowing the teams who are on our platforms with client relationship platform to bring the right answers to the client right away, to the technicians to do installation, to have immediately the information that allow them to work better and more efficiently. The challenges are around training, initial training, which is a topic in our country, as in many countries, capacity to help our team members to evolve. And we put a lot of means at the disposal. The challenge is not to reduce the number of jobs, it's to make sure that we work better and more efficiently. In front of us, sometimes we have people who are very rigid and they say we don't want anything to move. We need to be able to have open discussions on this. Sometimes it starts a lot with cutting jobs, and that's why people get a bit concerned. Well, it starts with a transformation at Vichy. It's not only job cutting, it's a transformation. And that's why it's difficult today to make people understand. In our industries, it's very difficult to recruit. We don't find qualified workers. Patrick Artus, I think we're running out of time. So, Patrick, do you want to say what? Yes, 2 points. I agree with Esther that the real danger is the concentration of companies, and that actually generates concentration of richness. Because why? Because if there was only a small number of companies in the U.S., there's 4 or 5 companies that provide 90%. That represent 90% of the budget for AI, and that's 60% of the world investment in the U.S. And it's done by 5 companies in the U.S. So we could say that they overinvest because they're competing each other, but the result is that these companies are going to develop some positions of monopoly. And we know there's been a lot of works on that. The more monopolistic companies you have in a country, the more growth slows down and the more productivity slows down, because these investments become defensive investments that prevent people to take their share of the market. And second, this concentration of companies means that there's an increased concentration of richness. And concentration of riches is not good, because if all the richness of the world belongs to one person, it's only the ideas of this person who will be implemented. So it would be a good idea to distribute the richness to more people, to more different people, so they can innovate and create companies. That's the first point. We need to fight against the natural movement, which is this concentration of the power of companies and richness. Second point, there are some European countries that managed to deal with that. Denmark, for example. We talk a lot about flex security in Denmark, but it's very efficient. In Denmark, there's no protection, job protection, very little. The companies can fire people as they want, but there's a very strong protection of people, of the person. And as soon as you lose your job, you're taken care in a vocational training, and in 4 months you get back to finding a new job. Versus in the delay in France, if somebody loses a job, they stay over a year unemployed. So this system of professional training means that a lot of Danish people actually leave their job to find something better, because the labor market is fluid. So we should try to go down that route. We have 5 minutes left, so I'm sorry I'm speeding up a bit. Just a word of conclusion, maybe for each of you. Esther Duflo, we'll start with you, then Patrick Artus. How do you combine your demonstration with democracy? You said it's coming from a vote, but how do you combine both? We could hear the consequences of the concentration of richness in a very small number of people in the US. And you could say that they all have, just to name it, Elon Musk, he's very narrow-minded. So, and that he played a huge role in the election of Donald Trump. And then he put his ideas in practice and these ideas are quite different, to say the least. One word? We cannot, this is just to back what he said, we cannot let the natural flow of concentration of richness and concentration of power in the hands of a very small number of people. We need to reshuffle it. It's like the GAFA leaders of today. We should worry about this over-investing in technology by a very small number of people, which don't share at all your idea that humans should stay at the center. I was at a conference by Amazon by engineers, Amazon engineers. Themselves, they're worried because what they do in their job is they invent or they produce bots of AI to buy things on Amazon. So basically, the bots are buying things on Amazon that are sold by other bots, and they could see the whole of Amazon going in some weird space where there's no humans anymore. So we need to have a big stop sign in front of me. A word, Pierre-Olivier, Jean-Pierre and Florent, very quickly. Very quickly, to go back on the question of what is to be done in Europe. Integration of the unique single market, integration of a capital market, absolutely necessary to develop VC and financing of startups, etc. Research and development budget, absolutely fundamental as well. Jean-Pierre Clamadieu, I would say only our role as a business leader is to conduct this transformation while preserving social cohesion in our companies, but also in the countries in which we operate. Florent? Yeah, I can only agree. Social cohesion is a major challenge for the years to come. And we need to be confident to do that, to accomplish that. We need to work a lot to help people, and particularly our employees, to be confident in themselves. And that's going to help us build the future that we need. So trust yourself and have a great day.
Si.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for being here this morning with us to talk about social media and whether or not they are shaping how we vote. I'm delighted to have 5 panelists with me today around the table. Next to me, Nesrine Slaoui. Nesrine, you are a journalist, editorialist. We've got Robert Zarada also. He's CEO of Bonafide. Jacques Attali is with us also, and we have Lionel Rago, who is going to help me moderate this session. He's a member of the Cercle des Économistes, and you also are a university professor in Paris. And later on, we'll be joined by someone who's on the train right now, Sybille Veil, CEO of Radio France. So she's due to be with us later on if the trains are with us. So first of all, I'm going to hand the floor to you, Lionel, from the Cercle des Économistes. You can give us the economic slant, and then we'll get the discussion underway. Thank you very much, Charlie. Yeah, a few introductory words here. I'm going to start by talking about the title of this conference here, facing up to clash of realities. Well, if we're facing a clash of realities, it's because they do not correspond to the feeling that we have about the world in which we live, which doesn't always correspond to our opinions. And in truth, many of us are deciding not to face up to these realities by enclosing ourselves in the comfort of these echo chambers, the social media, where we join forces with people similar to us, who have the same points of interest and the same political opinions as us. It's very rare on these social networks that we come face to face with people who do not share the same point of view as us. So this phenomenon leads to a political polarization, which is what our 4 panelists are going to be talking about. But do social networks influence democracy and how people vote? Well, we could say it's more a problem for sociologists than for economists. But during these few minutes, I'd like to say that economists also try to work on this theme, and I'm going to give you a couple of examples. One which is very theoretical, the other more empirical, of work carried out by economists on this particular question. First example. This is work which was published at the beginning of the year by Aaron Acemoglu, who is a Nobel Economic Prize 2024, who's written a book which very few people will be reading apart from specialist economists. And the result isn't absolutely easy to understand, but he's showing that the fact that we have polarization and the social networks deciding to make sure that only the same profiles go on that particular network is not necessarily a strategy on their part. It's simply a response to economic motivations, because a social media is a business. It has to maximize profit. One might expect, therefore, that the best network for them will be the network with the most people, but in fact that's not the case. And the writers say that there's a polarization starts when social media start to become unreliable, when they feature fake news, and then at that moment they are going to lock themselves up. And that naturally creates this polarization. So it's not the strategy of the social media in question. No, it's the result of economic motivations. And so these social networks are in silos. Another example is not theoretical at all, it's an empirical one. This is work carried out at the beginning of the year by Yann Acco, who is a member of the Circle of Economists here in Aix. And with the co-authors, they took a look at, when I've talked about citizens or other, why did they choose polarization and the platforms, they decided to look at the political sphere. and they took a look at how the discourses of MPs are evolving since the 90s. And what they have highlighted is that since 2017, there has been quite a radical change in the speeches that MPs make at French Parliament. And what they're saying now, the discourse now, can be found on TikTok now. So these are short formats, very incisive, and they generate a bit of a buzz. And it has an impact on citizens, but it also has an impact on the political classes, which are adapting their behaviours not only on social media, but even in the Houses of Parliament here in France. And those kind of speeches are designed for followers on social media, such as TikTok. So that's there are a couple of starting points for our conversation. Thank you very much, Lionel. Sybil Veil has arrived and she's with us now. Thank you very much to her. So the first question, I'm going to put it to Jacques Attali. Do social media impact democracy? The floor is yours. The answer is yes, as all media do. We addressed this question when printed newspapers were brought about in the 17th century, and there were all kinds of rumors and narratives emerging, and we addressed the same question when radio was invented and then when TV was invented, and it's a similar situation with social media. The social media are much more powerful. Social media mean that we can have access from all over the world. We don't have to just make do with what's going on in our own village. We can talk with the rest of the world if we want to. And we can learn so much about the world. But I often use this metaphor. The social networks are a tool, a bit like a hammer. A hammer can be used to build things, and it can also be used to destroy things. And today, it's absolutely clear that social media, such as the press, but with much greater resources, is working against democracy. Because they're really looking to create a sensation every time. They're looking to appeal to passions and emotions, and also they don't delve deeply into issues, and they know that fake news will have much greater impact on the brain than positive and true news. And the same way as bad news will make people be a bit more attentive. So people think that bad news is more important than good news. And so we are pre-programmed to attach greater attention to bad news, even if it is fake bad news, because it fuels our survival instincts. And this new way of expressing, which is much broader, focuses on bad news, even if it's fake bad news, and makes it's difficult to distinguish what's true news and what's false news, because the field of false news is much more vast than the field of good news. And so as human beings, we're going towards a generalization of bad news, and because it creates more emotion and it triggers an emotional response. So quite naturally, that drives polarization and extremes. This was true with newspapers, which evolved in the same way. It is not true, strangely enough, with the TV, apart from in the States. And it was not the case in many countries with radio, although that's not the case for every country. The radio remains the only medium, in my opinion, that is a cool-headed medium where you can address subjects in depth because it is a medium that you don't interact with directly, or not very often anyway. And it gives you an opportunity to develop your argument in a more serious manner. And one must not just focus on France, you must look at other countries in Europe. And we note that there's a lot of passion for extremes and driving your audience through fake news and bad news, etc. It's quite general. Social networks, do they generate the results of elections? We've seen that Facebook played a big role in Brexit. We saw that in Romania, Bulgaria, in their elections, American elections also. And the first American election influenced by the media was Obama's election. And then, quite naturally, we are working towards polarization of how people express themselves. The French MPs was a very good example there. And the only response to this is to develop a critical mindset, to explain more clearly the mechanisms of mental stimulation that are used by social networks. And there's only one country, in my opinion, which is doing the right thing, and that's Finland. Finland today is the country with the best education system. What Finland is doing to explain to children of 5 years old what social networks are, why they manipulate us, what you can do to prevent manipulation. Not saying that social networks are absolutely devilish, no, but saying that there are good things in there, but you have to know how to manage them. So teaching about social networks, teaching about how to enjoy reading on social networks and elsewhere. And I think that is the answer. I think the example of Finland is kind of unique, and let's keep an eye on it. Nesrine. Yes, let's give him a round of applause there. Nesrine, I saw you nodding your head quite a bit as you were listening to Jacques Attali. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, indeed. There are many interesting things. In France, for example, we haven't been educating people about social networks. Let me just say who I am. I'm a journalist, and I'm on Instagram and TikTok. I've got 500,000 followers, and I generate up to 5 million views for my posts. And so I feel a huge responsibility when I'm putting content out there. And I was very active during the dissolution of the French government. When I was studying political sciences, I was with some 25-year-olds who didn't understand what a dissolution was. And so I could use social networks to explain that people need content which make things easier to understand. But it's very difficult to do it on platforms that need constant stimulation. The image I always use to try and explain that these are not neutral spaces is that you have to share, if you share your video of a dead body or a cat, you're addressing the same audience. So either you want to shock or you want to move people. Facebook, Telegram, TikTok and all the rest are designed to include advertising to push you to buy things. So in 2024, there was a study which said that social networks create some kind of enclosure depending on your political convictions, your age, where you live. The platform will suggest content for you which will reinforce your own vision of the world, your own perception of things. And that's very problematic in a democracy, because in a democracy you need to be able to compare different opinions and base your discourse on fact. And it's rather disturbing when it makes the extreme right flourish. In one newspaper, I wrote about Jourdain Bardella, saying how he was a very good communicator on TikTok because he could really adopt those codes of the youngsters using rap, etc., to eat sweets behind the scenes of an interview, etc. and to reinvent political communication for the social media. And we see the MPs in France, even the left-wing MPs in France, staging themselves when they're speaking out publicly, and then also put these viral videos of 15 seconds with one simple sentence, and that will influence the whole political sphere. So it's become the politics of punchline on the TV and on social media as well. You're looking all the time for that tagline. And from a journalistic point of view, it's very difficult of the media to follow the pace of all of this news and to counter these waves of fake news which have been funded for specific targets. During Trump's election, that was the case. Funding fake news about conspiracy theories to support Trump. In Europe, we haven't got any surveys which show this, but there is a part of the population which is very sensitive. It's dependent on your education, on where you live, whether you're living in the outskirts or in the south of France. These are areas where people are much more sensitive to fake news and to unverified news. And there is a two-pronged dynamic here. In French society, yes, people are losing confidence in their politicians, and they're losing confidence in journalists as well. So there's a transfer of trust into influencers. So this means that when you're talking about French people between 18 and 35 years, because politicians and the media aren't responding to social needs, then the influencers are called upon. They are not necessarily informed on the subject, but they are asked to take a stand on a subject about the situation of the country. And we see that this dynamic is rather complex, and I will finish with this. And it says, speaks volumes about the needs of young journalists who manage these platforms, because they are spaces for creativity, yes, but also there's spaces for responsibility. Sibylle Vey, how do you react to all of this at the head of Radio France? First of all, I'd like to apologize for my late arrival. It was due to the train. I think the media must resist and adapt. There's this relationship of attraction and repulsion with social media. Elon Musk, when he purchased X, he said X will replace the media and will create true freedom of expression. As you no doubt have remarked, the Americans are champions of selling liberty and freedom to us when they want to sell us their products. So these platforms are new Agora, lots of youngsters there. 18% of youngsters in France say they take their news exclusively from social media around the world. The figures that have been recently published were 38% of the under 35s who take their news from social media. So it really is a true trend. So the media 10 years ago decided to be present in social media, and the risk is there when you're working in a universe which Jacques Attali described. Thank you for what he said about the radio. In this world, there is no hierarchy. There is no choice between what is true, what is untrue. The algorithm decides everything. The algorithm makes some things visible, others invisible. And behind that, we've got the economy, the economics of attention. So we want commitment. We want to engage audience, and the most engaging subjects are those that trigger anger, for example, and extreme violence. It's quite contagious. The French government have been talking about this recently, and it's been talked about in other arenas. Certain media have accelerated, and it has generalized news based on emotion. people from social media who have been invited onto the TV studios, for example. This trend, well, I think what we should do at the radio is we need to be responsible, democratic. We need to withstand this and resist it. We have to make sure that what we are broadcasting is reliable. And that is why we, Radio France, are on X, so that we can broadcast news which is verified and can be verified. And then there's an acceleration with media who take the time. Democracy was defined thanks to the laws. And there's a maturation process of opinion. Laws which define a society are slow and they incorporate all aspects of a debate. We have to combat that speeding up, the acceleration. We need to have long, slow formats carried by the media. And the final challenge is to federate. Otherwise, we're heading towards polarization, where we'll find content which is scattered hither and thither, which causes fragmentation among public opinion. And so it really is a notion of democratic responsibility, and it's so pressing because with artificial intelligence developing, things are speeding up even more. It's going to make it even easier to generate fake news. It's going to speed up the oligarchic decision-making about what is seen and what is not seen. ChatGPT is going to be determining what is visible and what is not. And there's also a problem of the cognitive revolution. A tool such as artificial intelligence will give you an information. You haven't thought about it. You haven't sifted through the information. It has trudged through all of these different aspects. So yes, you're right. Democracy and national education have not yet grasped the scope of the technological transformation that we're going through. A final example, this week we had a terrorist attempt by an incel person. An incel person is an involuntary celibate. And so what does that show? That shows that there is a diffusion of ideologies around the world through social media, and that was not possible before. It didn't exist before. Before these social media, we had some regulation zones with pluralism, with ethics, checking information, moderation. And that was very much reinforced after the Second World War, because mass media had a huge impact on the manipulation of opinions between the two world wars. So all of those regulations were carried out when media was national. Today, ideas, opinions, ideologies circulate internationally. There are no more boundaries. So we have to address this question of regulation and the solutions which we come up with. Perhaps we'll address that later on. Well, perhaps at the end of our session we'll see what the solutions might be. In the meantime, Robert Zarader, would you like to react to what has been said? Or you, who have seen quite a lot working in communication, do you think that it can impact on how we vote? Is it a reflection of what the world is today? Well, first of all, I'm going to have to carry out my first battle against alphabetical order, because my family name starts with Z and I'm always the last person to speak. Second point, I'm going to paraphrase Jacques Attali, who said that the answer is yes, that's what he said, and I'm going to give Woody Allen's version. The answer is no, but what was the question? So what are we doing? Well, we're wondering about how social media impact voting. I believe that today we do not have any demonstration that it's working in one way or the other. What we have demonstrated is that if we take a look at 2 or 3 points, we can shed some light. The first point, as has already been said, and everything points towards this, the scale of information produced on social media, particularly by influencers, comes in second place around the world in media that are trusted. And that's the first observation. And then, and that's ahead of traditional media. Second point, what is the nature of the struggle today? The nature of the struggle is not necessarily how opinions are made, personal or collective opinions. It's increasingly what are we talking about before we want to address what opinion of a subject we're talking about. So what subjects are being polarized? And what subjects are accentuating polarization? And when we take a look at what is being said in cognitive sciences, for example, and this is what Jacques Attali was saying, that the more you try to stand up for a position, then the more you strengthen that position. The second point, is that we're all fatigued with all the information that we're receiving. There's too much information for the general citizen. And a study has shown that half of the French are trying to not listen to the news anymore, whether it's audiovisual news or the newspapers, magazines, or social media. They just don't want to listen to the news anymore. They're tired, they're fatigued by all of the controversy. And so that has also been said. So there's this idea of having heard enough bad news, and that is a phenomenon we must take into account because it involves looking inwards and just concentrating on your immediate environment. And then there are electoral strategies on social media which have really leveraged that with the Bolsonaro impact with the WhatsApp. So he used WhatsApp because he felt that his circle of influence was close. It's the family, the different groups that you interact with, those groups that will choose a subject which interests them. And that was a structural element of the Bolsonaro's election campaign. So there are several dimensions to this, and we have to know which is the right battlefield.
My answer is no on social media. Do social media impact the vote? Because many surveys in the U.S. or the Institute in France show that there's a form of influence or of impact. But at the end of the day, between the battle between emotion and reason does not always lose. So when they vote, in terms of behavior, there's an influence on the context, and that's where the battle is being waged, on the context. And that's is linked to other topics. For example, the importance of public audiovisual, to name one, and the importance to build contexts that are better to form an opinion. And to form an opinion, you should not be trapped in wrong narratives. It's much easier to produce fake than to produce real. It's hard to find the truth. It's a difficulty. It's a difficulty that we see more and more. It was very well understood by the President of the Republic on the porosity of societies and in liquid society. And in the liquid society, we see that it's not fake that we have to give up. It's to the reality. We need to protect reality. We need to be able to prove reality and protect the real. And I'm going to end with a quote that is rarely given at the X from Grazia, Romain Charon, a journalist in Grazia. It makes a comparison. A few years ago, he wrote the text. Hanouna, Cyril Hanouna, is the son of Gilles Debord, and it's the society of the audiovisual that is brought to its maximum. It's interesting to make this comparison because Hanouna is an entertainer by definition. But if we think about the word entertainer or entertainment, and it's about entertaining people. And I believe that the economists should wonder more and more often on should we entertain or should we really change people's mind? So we really need today to look into the society of diversion of the society of trying to be distracted. And I will end there with an author. The first quote in the book The Anti-Economist of Jacques Attali, which is a few decades ago now, it's a quotation on the entertainment society industry in the world. And today we see this entertainment sector coming to the top. The last word is given by Karl Marx when he talks about ideology. He takes the comparison with photography, the camera obscura, this inverted image when you take a picture that you see in your lens. So if you look at the world the other way around, today the difficulty is to sort out between the real and the fake. And the answer is no, because I'm an optimist. The social media don't create the votes, but the less people resist to social media, the more it becomes difficult. I believe that traditional media play a major role as well in the circulation of fake news on social media, because I believe that they are also a chamber of amplification. And many surveys show it that traditional media are unconsciously very often the accomplice of social media and fake news. So this is just to start a bit of a controversy. Should we regulate at the European, international level the social media to make sure that we keep the integrity of the voters? Well, it's very hard to plug off internet, isn't it? Yes, Jacques. There's a sentence that was said by Mr. Valls at the very beginning of the mandate of Mr. Trump that came unnoticed, but it was fundamental. He said, if the Europeans want to regulate the activities of social media, particularly of X, we will put an end to NATO. We'll get out of NATO. So from the American point of view, which is a superpower to which we give in to too many often, and I'm thinking particularly about what happened at the G7 summit. We have Americans who believe, maybe wrongly, that the social media have interests that are aligned to the interest of the U.S. They may be wrong, but they still believe it, and their interest is to hide the truth, to impose their own truth and their own conception of the world. And their truth, which is a lie. The consequence of that is deeper than we think, because it means that we only take into account, when we think about the American political power, of the very short-term interest of those who govern. After me, I don't care what's going to happen. That could be the quote of the motto of Mr. Trump, even if it was also probably the motto of Louis XIV. But that's the worst thing about social media, and the most dangerous in democracy when it's ill-conceived, is that it doesn't take into account it only takes into account the short-term interest, as the social media try to convince and please at the moment. Radio, televisions, papers try to sell the paper of the next day, because they want to make sure that they have a great audience. We are at a turn of humanity where it's more than ever fundamental to take into account the future of younger generations, and we don't take that into account. You can see it with the climate, you can see it with social inequalities, you can see that with the absence of check on technologies, with the artificialization of the world. Nothing that matters for the future generation is taken into account in the decisions, which leads to a ideology which says, don't worry, everything goes well. What you hear is not true. The debt's not a big deal. Climate, not a big deal. Keep consuming and keep enjoying life. And nothing serious matters. So at some point, this will lead us to some reactions. The same reaction that happens always too late. Instead of watching democracies forming a war economy, considering that it's their survival to reduce inequalities, to fight against climate change, etc. At some point, the populations wake up and they obey to a dictator who's coming by. And as Victor Hugo said, a good idea is a good idea at when it arrives at the right time. And arrives a dictator who does what democracy should have done. And I'm afraid that democracy is the next victim, not of social media in the sense that where it's going to bring us some clones of democracies. We saw many of those. But because it's going to lead to feeling very powerless in front of the big challenges that we're facing, and the emergence of dictators that will claim to have the solution to all our problems. What is the country that is the most advanced in the evolution towards the climate, mitigating climate change and greenhouse gas emissions, etc.? Which is the country that is the most advanced in mastering technologies? Which is the country that is reducing massively fossil energy? Which is the country that is taking control of the big wealth? It's China. It should be democracies who would do that. But the Chinese model could become a model of managing the long term to the detriment of democracies. So I don't fear in social media the victory of the now, but the emergence of societies that would be in the hands of dictators. Nasreen, on regulation. Yes, I talked in front of the European Commission a year ago. They already put in place the DNA and the DSA, which is a way to forcing platforms to be transparent on their algorithm. There's a documentary, if you want to watch it, on Europe facing the digital giants. It's interesting to see how Mark Zuckerberg is avoiding any form of question. Since it's his companies, he doesn't feel responsible for it because it's his company and not himself. It's hard to explain to you everything that's happening in this documentary, but when I spoke at the European Commission, the regulation aspect was a consultation of 150 citizens throughout the European Union, and we're gathered together to think about hatred in society, and we talked only about social media. When we wanted to tackle the question of hatred, sexism, or racism, the question that we worked on and we talked about all the citizens from Hungary, Germany, France is the question of social media. And I would like to end with a bit of a positive. The social media don't want to be regulated for economic reasons, for political reasons, because they are held by the Elon Musk, the toxic masculinity, the way they speak and the content. Donald Trump went to visit 3 times an American YouTuber who is a masculinist, who promotes gender-based violence and etc. So this whole ecosystem works, hand in hand. If you gather as citizens, that was the initiative of the European Union, and we talk and we listen to teenagers between 15 and 18 years old. It was very important to me to see that, to hear that, because in the same room we had some parents who could be concerned about the use of social media by their teenagers, and there were some teenagers themselves who said they were victim of cyber harassment, etc. So there's already some teenagers who put in place some practices to protect themselves against all that. So during this citizen meeting, there's a series of practices that were listed that we're going from, okay, since we can't count on Facebook, Instagram to regulate their content, what can we do? Well, we can create some group chats where, if we see a fake news, we circulate it and say, did you see that? What do you think about that? And then the most polarizing topics on the social media are discussed, because we spend all our day long on our phone, all of us in the room, and we scroll all day. We tend to forget that we exist in the real life as informed citizens. Just about being able to talk about it with somebody else already, that's a good step. If I give you this example, is because there were some people from Hungary, Hungary of Viktor Orban's Hungary, and they were facing some French people, and there's a vision of social media on democracy and LGBTQ that was completely different. And we could see the people changing their mind as soon as they talked to somebody of a different opinion. And that's actually very positive to watch this, because people were still capable to challenge themselves and challenge their own thoughts just by discussing with different individuals. And this is where I will end. I don't think we can expect too much from social media, because they're extremely reluctant. The only thing that the European Union has managed to obtain is the regulation of the algorithm, and it's very opaque. But we can count on ourselves, and I have one hope, because I heard the government talk about it, is that we can forbid the social media in France for the under 15. Every time I say that, it shocks people, but we need to do that, because it is a tool that reinforces cognitive bias, that prevents the neurological development. So we would be really benefit from thinking about protecting our minors, or we just leave them as they are. But then, as of September, we need to have a training on disinformation and fake news and all that. I think that's what we should do in France. Sibylle. So, because I like to contradict a little bit this roundtable, I think there's an impact of social media on the forming of opinion, on its fragmentation, on the difficulty that we have today of political leaders to address a narrative to the citizens. We had recent example is the election in Romania, the first round of the presidential election in Romania last fall. There was an excellent report made by Visionum to show how TikTok played an important role by manipulated, of course, by entities linked to the Russian power, to support a candidate that didn't have any existence in the media and was not famous at all before he was literally pushed on the stage by the TikTok network. So there is an impact. There is all the more an impact that many actors today have seen the huge opportunity because to work on the war of opinions. It's not very expensive to work on fake accounts, on bots, on disinformation. So today we're fully in an information war, and that's why it's important to measure it and to really take stock of it. When we see how some people use it, Donald Trump, for example, he won, well, he's campaigned in 2016 on X. Then he developed his own social media because he could see how important it is not to do a debate with people who would contradict him, or the journalists who would contradict him. It allows him to tell his story without being contradicted. The journalist contradiction is essential, and we need to make a difference between what we can find, all the opinions that we can find, and all the sources are not the same, and would really gain a lot in terms of information to make a difference between the sources that come from bodies that are legally responsible, that have ethics rules, and they date from 1881. In our country, it's the editorial responsibility of the press, and it leads to a number of obligations. You have to be careful not to spread fake news. This information today, we're in a world where the media follow this this these rules, and there's a deregulated universe as well. So we could see that there's some really strong economic interests that are fighting against it. The the um, the president of the European Union, Ursula von Leyen, who said that we should have a democratic shield in order to make sure that the role of the media, the regulation of social media, would contribute to a more robust functioning of the democracy. It's what she called the democratic shield, because the economic interest, with everything that's been done by Donald Trump on the tax tariffs, has not been treated as a priority, and it is a priority because, in my view, there's a last challenge. It's an economic challenge. Today, the actors, these major platforms, such as the companies, AI companies, they capture an important part of your attention span and the publicity research, because when they grab people, they grab the advertising shares. We are not, my media, we're not financed by anything, by advertising, so we're very robust. And to have a democratic responsibility of the announcers in the way and in how they advertise for their brands or their products is also a challenge of democratic responsibility. So many things have to be done, and this responsibility is at many levels. It's at the level of the regulators, it's at the level of economic leaders, it's also at the level of the media, because since we're reminded early on there's a contagion effect on networks, on some media, that to have conversations just to get the buzz and just to get the audience, and this effect has to be mitigated, and there has to be a responsibility that has to be harnessed by all the actors, because we have a real democratic challenge ahead of us today. Robert, if you want to wrap up, we don't have a lot of time left. I'm gonna make a comment on the three speakers. The first one is a very good thing to forbid the screens and maybe to the under 15, but the answer should be coming before. Should we forbid advertising recommendations? Because the whole topic is not to stay to be kept in this society of algorithms. So if you want to hit on platforms, you need to hit on money, which is what works. So let's take it a step further and forbid publicity and recommendations. Second point, I'd like to add a sentence by President Chirac: the world is on fire and we're looking in a different direction. No, today we should define a little differently his proposition. No, today the real quote would be: the world is on fire and everybody's on their phone. That's a real topic today, and that's going to be very difficult to find a way to reverse the trend. And the last point, the people who are recently converted. I am a recent convert because I am now converted to. I was an economist. And Jacques Attali is much more relevant than me on the topic of democracy, but there's an old rule, is the rule of Arrow, a black SN, which says that we cannot define collective preferences. It's either unanimity, and we see how it works at the European level, or it's either by dictature. And I think Jacques Attali, by pointing this, shows us the incredible current relevance of these theorem which is that democracy should not be imprisoned in this reality. Thank you for quoting me on that. It started with the paradox of Condorcet, which is the real author of what then Arrow has generalized. He doesn't say that democracy is impossible. He says that the rational choice of democracy is only possible within a system of common values. And this is the whole challenge of what we're facing today. Having common values is the condition of the existence of democracy, equality, fraternity, and liberty, freedom. I have time for to take one question in the room. I want a question, not a long narrative, because we have a very short time ahead of us. Hello, thank you. It was fascinating. I'd like to ask a question on the regulation side that we often mention. Isn't there a need as well to talk about creation and the way of how public media institutions that are losing trust should create some content? So maybe we should train them and they should be financed, because today what is existing in content creation is just new creators who use different codes. And those who do that are not always the best ones. So isn't there a bridge to be made between the people who build trust, who do a good job on social media? They're not that many, but they exist. Because the image that I have is if the social media is an agora, how can I say it? It's up to us to listen to the people who have interesting things to say. And I believe that traditional media must create more and more content that other interesting creators can make. Thank you. Does somebody want to take the question? Sibyl, I said that the media have to adapt and resist, and all the media of the public service have done it. We've tried to create new formats to be present on all those public agoras that are the social media, but also new formats that are digital. Today, podcasts, for example, we can see how political podcasts are very popular. The American election of Donald Trump was based on podcasters like Joe Rogan, and in France, the public service radio is one podcast out of two. But yeah, you're right. We should promote new creators, new generations, to renew our codes, our formats, and make sure that new generations are recognized in what we can say and and the formats of the media. So please, I would like you to negotiate a budget, because we need resources to do that, of course. So, Jacques, it reminds me of a very interesting experience which I had with France Culture, because you need to know how the media, the descending media, TV and radio, can welcome those who are coming up, ascending. So I had a topic with France Culture, which was we were doing our podcast with the employees of France Culture, but why shouldn't we help other from the large audience, at least from the teachers, the academia, to create podcasts? So we launched this challenge where the professors had to do podcasts in their field of expertise. And I heard that there was a great demand, and a lot of teachers asked France Culture for help to know how to do a podcast. And there was a lot of reluctance inside within our jobs. It's our podcast, it's our employees. We don't want to put anybody inside, and because it's us, it's ours. So we need to keep that in mind. I would like to answer on that. We've done it. We have opened up a sort of alliance of knowledge on our platform, in which we broadcast conferences, know-how, everything that is made by its cultural institution, the College of France, we have Sciences Politiques, INSERN, all the major institutions of France. And then we have to get these professors into formats that are adapted to the younger audience. I need to stop there, I think. Thank you very much. We are right on time. Thank you to the 5 of you for coming here with us. Thank you.
1.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello to you. I'm Olivier Biscay. I'm editorial director of the newspaper La Provence. I'm delighted to be with you here for this roundtable to talk about territorial divides. And it's a thrilling subject. We're going to talk about many, many subjects during the next hour with a charming panel. We'll be talking about territories and regions of France. And I'm going to present to you my panelists in a few moments. So we've got Philippe Palazzi, your Chief Executive Officer of Casino Group. Thank you very much for being with us here. Véronique Tourner, President of Numéum. Thank you for here. We've got also Stéphane Lefay, Director General of Grand Paris Aménagement, Frédéric Souillot, General Secretary of Force Ouvrière, and Jacques Lepape, Chairman of the CCR. Thank you very much for being with us here for this round table. You're all going to be talking about a specific subject which is of interest to you in your business activity, and then we'll talk together. But first of all, I'm going to hand the floor to Nathalie Chousseau, who's an economist and a professor at Lille University, and she's going to introduce the subject to us. Hello. Territories have to rise to quite a number of challenges that vary in function of their geographical location, their history, and their business development strategies in place. Medical desertification, access to health care, trouble with social services, demographics, populations in isolation, islets of poverty, access to transport, ecological transition. And so this is kind of worrying because we see there are certain metropolises that are growing and innovating, whereas many other rural areas and medium-sized towns or neighbourhoods are suffering for a lack of employment and poor social services. Some territories are suffering from all kinds of vulnerability. So the topic is these differences fuel a feeling of being left by the wayside for those people who live in the countryside or on the outskirts of a town. And they're also a central issue for cohesion. They make people feel angry, abandoned out in the countryside, but also inside the cities and underprivileged areas. And there have been some social movements recently, and there have been electoral results which express that. So tackling territorial divide should be a priority. And so we're going to have to address what kind of levers are at stake. I'm going to talk about public levers, for example. There are a certain number of things which have been implemented, reinforcement of local services with the special units in different neighborhoods, different measures to combat medical deserts, and the developing of these medical centers where different disciplines are represented. Sometimes there are vehicles that can be rented out at a very cheap price, mixing categories of social classes in school, for example, and different initiatives to train and to employ people tied in with the unions, businesses and training establishments. The problem is, in concrete terms, what is being observed is that we need ambitious policies that are coordinated and that reflect a local situation. And that is only possible if you have an overall regional planning policy, which is spearheaded by the state, relying on an analysis of the local situation and in partnership with the local councils, the territorial councils, with the necessary financial means, and of course, all of the different local players involved. i.e. businesses, councillors, union representatives, associations, and the local population. So that demands a lot of coordination of all of the different players, and it also requires something we tend to forget in France, that is systematically, regularly analysing the efficiency of these measures put in place. So if you fail to reduce territorial inequalities, that will obviously lead to an increase in populist voting. Thank you very much, Nathalie, for that introduction and for those ideas for subjects to be developed during this debate. We're now going to go round to all of our panelists. Each person has 4 minutes to talk about a key idea and to talk about what you've done on this theme. Philippe Palazzi, will start with you, Chief Executive Officer of the Casino Group. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming out in such hot temperatures. We really do appreciate your valiant efforts. So, territorial divide is something which we're really interested in because we work in the neighbourhoods. All of our franchisees, for example, are in direct contact with the reality out in the field. So I really am convinced that we have as shopkeepers, as traders, we have a role to play in healing this divide in the different areas. The Casino Group is evolving. We are now focusing on local shops with brands that can be seen in little villages, whether we're talking about Bival, Spa, Casino, or Monoprix and Franprix and Naturalia. So in France, in the provinces, you have to drive 15 minutes to go shopping, to have access to consumer goods. And often our brands in the provinces are the last remaining shops to be found within a radius of several kilometers. There is a common point here, and this is a divide that we're not really paying attention to. This is the divide of isolation. Many people, whether they're in a big city or out in the provinces, people feel alone, and a local shop is the only point of contact, the only social link that these individuals can have on a day-to-day basis. And I really do believe we have a role to play here, a role in society. Casino can play that role, and we will continue to grow in the territories, in small villages. There are 20,000 localities in France with no shops in it. So our elders need to be able to stay in their villages. We want them to live in their villages where they've grown up and lived for many years. And if they are to do that, we have to provide the necessary services. Often the state has deserted these regions. There are no post offices in villages anymore. It's very difficult to find a cash point in a village nowadays to get some cash out or to deliver a parcel or to have a parcel delivered. So that's why Casino is committed to the mayors of different villages, etc., to provide these services which are just lacking in our small towns and villages. I love the provinces here in France, and I'm committed to helping them. We want to create links. We want to reinforce social connections, and our shops can help to combat that sensation of isolation. And this year we have created a foundation which is fighting to strengthen social links. This is the Casino Foundation is there to knit links, because we know that it does us good to do good to others. Thank you very much, Philippe. Véronique Tournaire. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to talk about the digital universe. My message is that today we don't see digital technologies not as a challenge, but as a social and environmental issue, for example. Of course, it's a huge lever for helping and break the glass ceiling of the territorial divide. So I would say that digital technologies are an opportunity for territories to recreate links. I'm going to give you a few examples. It can open up territories which are blocked off. It can make a metropolis more appealing, makes them more attractive. It can generate employment and jobs. It can make it easier to access public services. Where there are no premises available for those services. A telemedicine, for example, is a good idea if there's not a doctor's surgery in the village. I'm going to use two examples. We could mention many, but the first one is the Reunion Island. I went there on business, not on holiday, last October, to meet the economic players on the island. And in France, we've got a major plus point with our connectivity. So 94% of the region is well connected, and that's a huge opportunity for them because it means that they can connect. They are isolated on their little island, but they can connect to the entire Indian Ocean and Africa. They can trade with Mayotte, Africa, etc. And that's a huge opportunity. And I could see with my own eyes that there is a very dynamic business opportunity. And so digital tools are essential for that. Another example on mainland France, let's look at the town of Dijon. Dijon has decided that digital technology is an attraction, will attract people. There's a project which enables people to have access to a certain number of services at Dijon. It's a smart city, so they can optimize the traffic flow and help access to the emergency services. Dijon is an agricultural area, and so they can now look at the agriculture of the future thanks to artificial intelligence. So I would really encourage different territories to take inspiration from the Reunion Island and Dijon, but there are other areas, of course, which are models. Not everything happens in Paris. In the digital section, there's a cybersecurity trade show, which is so important for our resilience, and it is taking place in Lille. And closer to here, Aix and Marseille are often rivals, but in Marseille you've got a huge AI event, the AI An, which connects the entire territory to everything pertaining to AI. So I'm not saying that digital technology is the be-all and end-all. No, it's like a drug. It can be positive, but it can also be toxic. You have to have the right dose, and you have to respect that dosage. And the three pieces of information which I would recommend for the dosage is, first, you need the right infrastructure. And in France, that's not always the case, but in France, well, we are hyper-connected. We can be proud of that. That really is a huge plus point for different territories. Second, we have to develop responsible, inclusive, trustworthy digital technology. Digital technology which goes hand in hand with the environmental transition. Digital technology can be a huge lever for industrialists to help them with their environmental transition. And the third point, and this is teamwork, getting public players and private players to work together. I've got a badge here on my dress. The digital ecosystem is a team effort. There are 80 associations in France working in the digital field. They're all over the country, 2, 3, 4 in each part of the country. 80 associations is very difficult to coordinate. So what we've decided to do is to federate ourselves, not making yet another association, but a collective group. It's a team, if you like, so that we can act together and create footbridges nationally and between the regions. So I'm going to focus on creating a network of regions. That's what my idea that I want to share with you, without saying that it is the one and only solution, but I think it's an essential chain, a link in the chain to breaking the glass ceiling. Thank you. Let's move on to Stéphane Defay, General Manager of Grand Paris Aménagement. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I'm going to talk about housing and all of our other human activities depend on housing, and it is a terrible cause of divide, of division, even today. I'm going to take you to Bordeaux into 2010, 2020, that decade there. In that decade, Bordeaux had about 20,000 new residents per year, an absorption capacity of about 10,000, so only half of them could be accommodated for. So 10,000 people were having to find accommodation elsewhere. If you know the region, you know that that decade between Bordeaux and Arcachon, there were lots of little estates popping up all over the place. I'm going to give you a statistic here. 12% of divorced couples, more than 12% more couples divorce in the suburbs rather than in the city. But then they have to travel to go to work, drop off the children, and and that gobbles up on their time to build the links with their families, etc. So if I'm taking this illustration of 12% more people who are divorced living in the area now. And access to housing is key here. It's not only a question of poorly housing people. Of course, poor housing is a subject on its own right. But I would like to say that there are two or three things at stake here. So housing policy in general has generally been pretty poor over recent years. Over the last 15 years, we have constructed 2.5 new houses per new household. However, we have poor housing situations which continue. Now we have a system, one of the best performing systems in the world in terms of social housing. It's a very valuable tool with some professional players involved in investment and also in managing these local facilities. Of course, there are difficulties linked with this. And among those difficulties, there is that link between social housing and the territory. There are all kinds of myths which have been bandied about. But fortunately, we have certain safety barriers in place. During COVID, we would go out of our houses to applaud nurses, etc. But those same professionals are having difficulty getting housing. So we need our housing policy to be more anchored in the territory and to have support of territorial engineering. And that is sadly lacking. And that is a great concern if we hope to move forward on that subject. Thank you very much, Stéphane Defay. Frédéric Souillot, General Secretary of Force Ouvrière, a union. Over to you now. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, territorial divide. Well, it's an observation. It exists. Now it has to be a general interest mission for the state. So how are we going to coordinate the state, local councils, town halls, employers, employees, and above all, and this was a round table which took place earlier on in tent number 1, how can we reindustrialize and re-employ? So wherever there's a territorial divide, we have strong industrial basins. Every time you lose an industrial job, that's 4 induced jobs. 3 induced directly, shops and services, and there's a public services job also which is lost. And the public when you lose industry 3 or 4 years later, then you've lost your tax office, your post office, and you're starting to lose hospital beds. So what we have to dream up is how we can get the planets aligned. The observation has been made, but what do we do now? How do we move in a less vertical direction, in a more transversal direction in our territories? We've got an example close to here. We've got in Salon de Provence, there's a health village. Salon had a little village, or rather, the hospital was crumbling down and it was too old. And so we got everyone around the table, the unions, mine included, because we're the majority union in Salon. I met the Prime Minister, who brought the health services around, the local councils, the town halls, citizens, and a few weeks ago we have started to build our public-private health village. There's another institution which is creating a similar village to reduce the social divide, and it involves shops, a doctor, a kindergarten, a nursery. And so if someone loses a job, we can help them out and we can reduce this territorial divide. However, it's a big job. We've got a new commissioner who's just been appointed. I hope he's going to be more efficient than the last one, and I hope we can have a good plan put in place. Well, the former one has been promoted. Yeah, but he didn't do a very good job on our plan, on our scheme. Okay, Jacques Le Pape, let's finish with you, chairman of the CCR. Ladies and gentlemen, hello. At the reinsurance fund, we manage national catastrophe funds. And it's a good example of the territorial divide. And when people are in their territories, they need it and they have a problem because they are suffering from a big flood, for example. And so we, over the last 42 years, because the fund has been around for 42 years, we have come up with solutions to problems we've talked about already. Because here we need to have a very financial approach, because how can we use the 2 billion we have each year to compensate these people who have suffered a violent event? So over the years, we have got partnerships with insurance companies, all kinds of reinsurance treaties here in France. And thanks to this network, as Philippe Palazzi said earlier on, in his supermarket chain, we have client advisor who takes care of people when they have a problem. There are some territories which are more heavily impacted by natural catastrophes. And as I said earlier on, there are some territories where we have to come up with rapid solutions to a catastrophe. However, what we note is this public-private partnership works very well. It's been working well for 42 years. 90% of communes here in France have benefited from it over the last 42 years. And we provide solutions to this divide. If we take a look at the most typical case, i.e. the overseas departments, they pay under 2% to the regime and they benefit for over 10% of the compensation. In insurance, we work on individual cases where fragility has crept in because of a natural catastrophe, but we also guarantee solidarity between the different territories when necessary, as long as the financial balance allows for it. So it's technical, but it can be done. So when there is a catastrophe, the fund works well. The question is, how can we do more? How can we do better using our expertise and our network? Well, over recent months, we've been thinking about how we use our network and the insurance and reinsurance mechanism to enable those who have ideas of how they can adapt their home and render it more robust, how we can help them to do that. And we would like to create one-stop shops in different town halls. I met with a lot of irony when I talk about that, but we really are keen on public-private partnerships. We've got this huge budget which is available to businesses who are active or who want to be active in this area of adapting homes to climate change. And this fund can finance businesses that will come up with solutions. So the same way that we have our network of insurers to spend that 2 billion fund, we are constructing a network of businesses, territory by territory, in a practical manner, in a pragmatic way. Public-private partnership will bring solutions of adaptation. Thank you very much, Jacques. Thank you to all 5 of you for this first round. Now let's open up the discussion between you all. Frédéric Souillon, I'll come back to you. You've all mentioned that the territorial divide exists. You've said that. You've made that observation, but there are observations, and you've said that too. However, Frédéric Souillon, that's not the general feeling we have here. In France, we don't feel that there are solutions. In France, here we have the feeling of being abandoned. And all kinds of studies are showing that, to the point that many leaders recently, through different ministries, have tried to come up with solutions. Yet, the French still have the feeling that this divide is still so evident. So what's wrong? Well, the thing is, we're often just communicating. And when you cannot show the facts at state level, then that can be converted into a unit for public services, which doesn't cover all of the solutions, but which is starting to bring local public services. But when you're a citizen, what we want is for people to take care of us when we need it. We've lost that notion of the collective value and interest. Earlier on, you were saying that essential services in COVID, yes, we were applauding those professionals providing those services. Once COVID was over, we put them in the spotlight again, but saying this time that you cost too much money and you're creating huge debt for the country. So how can we create jobs in territories? How can we be more focusing on Paris? Or how can we have more verticality? So there was a book published which was very successful, and it showed that everything was focused on Paris, but things have evolved since then. There's decentralization, and we have different departments which have been setting up in the different counties. But we see that politicians are on a kind of carousel. You have the person at the head of your scheme, he's been replaced. A minister will be there for 5 years. Are we not lacking someone with a longer term view? We need to roll out these ambitions, to plan better for our different territories.
Of course, since the 5-year plan, we're constantly, for the French presidency, we're always voting. So we don't think anything about anything long-term because it's only short-term. You're talking about housing a few minutes ago. Still 2 years ago, we wanted to stop the action, an equal access to housing. So now we're talking about a 25-year plan, 17 billion. The first owner of the houses in France, housing units, is Action Logement. Billions of housing units. And the state is saying, let's start making it equal. Let's make it on public association, and that's very short term because you get a loan and you got to reimburse it in 18 months. Stéphane Defay, I wanted to make you think about that. What is the urban planning? We talk about the Greater Paris for many years. We took our time to do that, for this project. It's necessary, like Frédéric Souillon said. We talked about housing, mobility, which is one of the words that haven't been mentioned yet. It's part of the feeling of abandonment and divide and territorial divide. How do you manage the longer term things? Greater Paris, I'm not going to talk about Greater Paris and urban planning, but how can you think about this project, which was a way to rebalance the planning in the Île-de-France region, not only focused on the central city, on the capital city? For this policy, the state managed, hand in hand with the local authorities and the region in de France in particular, to do, since we're looking at major investments, they have doubled the transport network for Paris, for the Greater Paris region. It's quite impressive. And we have a powerful tool to reduce the territorial divide. So if we look at all the cost that was invested for the Olympics, but not only for the Olympics, for the everyday life of all the people who live in the Greater Paris area, we're looking at, it was clearly taking into account. When I go to Bordeaux, the distance and mobility is, the absence of mobility is a divide in itself. I really believe in the trilogy between state, local authorities, and companies, private companies. We cannot turn them against each other. The mayor is the one who has the legitimacy on the ground, and we can see that those are the elected officials that the French like the most, and for right reasons. There is a whole engineering that is missing on many territories, and the state can bring it. That's what we do more and more, and not only in the Greater Paris area. And the companies have to be present because they're the one who create the value. We need to create a framework to make them responsible, and they can be heard as well. And when I brought up housing today is one of the fundamental difficulties of companies to recruit and to keep people in the region, to avoid what you were mentioning earlier on, which is this slow erosion of the fundamental services, whether they are private or public. The retail business is part of those services that we all need. I would like to say a word on what you're saying. We need, us, economic actors, me, business leader, we need that our policies are in long term, that they have a clear strategy for the country to relaunch the economy, employment, value creation, and that we can continue to invest and to believe in it. And that's what we're missing right now. And I'd like to open up the debate on precarity. There's some precarity and that we see. We could see that some people are in the street, there's some beggars, and it's under our eyes, and it's often addressed by associations, by public authorities. But there's another precarity that we don't see, that is the silent one, is the mother of children with a child is isolated, and she goes buy food and she leaves something on the counter because she can't afford it. It's a student who can't afford to have 3 meals a day, for example. It's a retiree who doesn't eat protein because it's too expensive and he only eats protein once a week. And all this silent precarity creates a divide within our society. And that's why in our group and all the shopkeepers are trying as much as we can to help people to make it disappear, to make this silent precarity disappear, because it can really easily turn into exclusion. There's a very interesting concept of social link. If you open up a shop, it's a duty for your group to stay in the regions that are very far away from the great urban centers. Yes, there are 20,000 towns that don't have shops and they're isolated, and that's why we innovated by relaunching a nomad concept, a nomad grocery store that goes around several villages and brings not only first necessity products, but also to feed the people, but to create a link as well around this nomad grocery store, where people like to go and chat, and that creates social link. Before I give the floor to Véronique, Philippa said it. Maybe you were mentioning long term. That's what Frédéric Souillot said as well. What are the blocking points that need to be lifted? because the long term is a course, is an ambition, but to make sure that it works, we need to, if you're in charge of a big group like Casino, we need to suppress a few blockages. And what are you expecting from public authorities to promote this type of retail shopping? This we need to promote entrepreneurship. Often, shops are in the hand of an entrepreneur, and very often, it's often a local. I like that expression. He lives in the village or in the neighborhood where he sets up his shop. So we need him to be able to take risks and to be really committed with other shopkeepers, so they can open their shop, they can modernize, they can upkeep it, and the state and the local authorities have to commit on the long term and not something that changes from one election to the next. Véronique, what do you want to say about this? Yes, I wanted to go back on the topic of inclusion, and digital is a lever as well, but we'll often talk about the digital divide as well. It's a real priority to help this digital transition and not to leave anybody behind. We talked a lot for many months about AI. There's a huge challenge to support all the citizens and all the companies to harness this technology, because we won't be able to do without it. So there's a beautiful collaboration between the state, the regions, and economic actors, which is the OZIAC plan that was announced on Tuesday, with a will for coordination to activate the topic of citizens, companies, and also on inclusion. Our industry is feeling very concerned. We're lacking skills every year, and we know that we won't be able to solve the equation with all the people graduated with diploma that was created for our industry. And we made a partnership with the France Travail, which is the unemployed agency in France, for people who are far away from our sector. We source them and we identify them. And then our company identifies the journeys that are very well adapted to these people. And then our company commits to hire them. So it's quite modest, but it's a program that is deployed in the territories. It's not a national program. It exists in each of the territories. The agent of France Travail are on the ground, and over time, when they're deployed in all regions, they should allow the creation of between 10 to 15,000 jobs a year. It's not going to solve the whole problem of employment in France, but it will contribute to it. I wanted to talk about reindustrialization as well. We need to support the reindustrialization of the regions, and digital technology is a lever to do that, because the future is digital. So we're very committed with the individual actors, which are SMEs, to use the digital tool to become more competitive. It's a major pillar for us. Thank you very much. Jacques Lepape, maybe what do you want to say about this theme of long term more than ever, particularly in this region where you have a lot of climate hazards? Yeah, time is essence, and it makes the robustness of the device that we can put in place. In our plan for natural hazards, one of the way we deal with those situations is the plans to mitigate floods and to prevent floods. It's not something that is done between two ministerial decrees. We need to work on long term. We need to work long term, find the right analysis. It requires a local consultation, and then find the right way to articulate it. It's the Barnier Fund that finances a lot part of it. It's a long term and changing some parameters to adapt things to the needs of people. There's climate change, so We should probably compensate people better if they're affected, but keep a structure to make sure that it works out over time. We mentioned the triangle of state, public authorities, and corporations. We didn't talk enough about citizens. What role do citizens must play? And to reduce social divides. So all the grievances that you remember of the yellow vest that you remember easily, we can all check them out. We're actually publishing a special report on the grievances in Provence. What do they say? What do they talk about? They talk about not being listened to, not being taken into account the reality of the citizens. Frédéric Souillot, I feel like maybe you have the same impression, but there's never been as many tools as now in our country to integrate the words of citizens. There are many of you who want some of them to disappear, some with the ZDF, of the Césaire. Where are you at there? All the tools that work, the abandonment, isolation, the tools are there. It's like all the grievances and all the rest is what do we make of it once we get the information. Because you can even add some tools, no matter what the laws are about. But at the end of the day, if you don't do anything with it, the issue of listening and recognizing so and so doesn't go anywhere. So we want to do a neighborhood shop of trade unions. So local unions. So for the employees that have an issue, a question, or just they feel like chatting, because we closed up too many bars in towns. Because very often, well, you know, the theory of people speaking at the counter of the bar is true. It helps you out. It helps you out putting things in perspectives. So if we open up those little stores or shops or offices, they come to us and they talk to us and they say, well, I filled up such and such, document, and I'm expecting for an answer for something that they're expecting from the state, and they can talk to us about it. If we want to break with the divide, we need to be cross-cutting and be close to the ground. You were talking about reinsurance and investment and all that. It's the same. You mentioned the Barnier Fund. The Barnier Fund, it was long-term. It still exists, and it's been created 25 years ago. So there are tools. We don't harness them. We don't use them because we don't have the information of where it could lead us. On AI and digital and industry has changed a lot with digital AI. We don't have a choice there. And if the citizen says that he has less neighborhood shops, but he orders all the time on platforms, so what is that? It's a schizophrenic. We have pressure, they have pressure, and they feel like the Republic is more individualistic. And in the relationship with citizens, you were mentioning the social link. Is it an approach integrated within your group? You're often asked by elected officials, by citizens, by associations who ask you to come and open up shop because you're a brand that is well known in France. When we launched this Nomad grocery shop, we're at the fair of mayors, the trade fair of mayors in Paris. It's really like a little truck which brings food to all the little towns, and it had a big impact with all the mayors of France, and they all asked to have this truck in their villages. So we're testing it in the Loire region. We have a test that has been satisfying. So we have a great franchisee who's actually using an existing Vival store, and he serves about 12 towns around. So local food and local produce is very popular. And so when he starts going around in his truck, he buys eggs in one farm and he distributes them throughout his journey. So we need to bring grocery shops to those who don't have any. And the truck, as we had in the 50s after the war, becomes very modern again and very useful. Nathalie, can you give us a first recap before we give the floor to the room? I have the difficult task of doing a recap. I retain a few elements that you seem to all agree on. The necessity to work long term. I think you all agree of that. It's not unfortunately the time frame that politicians use. You talked about the Barnier Fund and a few things. The private-public partnership with the funding of major infrastructures, whether digital, transport, electricity grid, and the collective association between private and public actors, the necessity to have a consultation of all actors and not forget to associate the population in it to those discussions. And I would add how important companies are in this reduction of territorial divide, and the question of precarity. We mentioned it, but precarity, there's visible precarity, and there's also, I like what you said, the silent precarity that Mr. Paladis, you noticed, and we can see also in our universities. So, small recap, first recap. Thank you very much, good. So now we're going to take questions from the room. Do you have any? Is there a mic going around? We have a question in the first row. Thank you very much. You go ahead. Hello, I am Alexandre Pastor. I created an association that teaches young people on politics, and I do some promotion of the youth at the Cercle. How do we make sure that it comes from the ground and not from Paris? And how do we make sure that it comes from that local solutions can then be rolled out at the regional level? It doesn't only come from companies coming from Paris, coming on the ground without knowing the territories, and so without having a real answer to that really addresses the local needs. Stéphane Defaille, you have the floor. You are mentioning something very important, and that is also similar to the divide between the elite and the reality on the ground. What do regions need? They need engineering to implement a political vision that is built locally. They don't need to be imposed a vision from the top. So these tools are needed, but also we need to advance all the initiatives that exist and promote them. I invite you to look at something that is a bit strange, the Federation of Things That Work. It's a concept which took a very simple idea, which is to go in the regions, to point at one mayor who, because he wants to save costs on some land, he plants a particular plant, and to do some things that is very easy to reproduce. When we talk about the divide, there's a word that we didn't mention, which is fundamental. It's how do we create solidarity relationships between various territories. We experimented a twinning of land between Saint-Dizier and Aubervilliers, two cities. Saint-Dizier had a hard time attracting real estate actors to build. Nothing had been built in 40 years. Nobody wanted to take a chance on it. So we told them, whoever comes and build in Aubervilliers will also build in Saint-Dizier. What is interesting is not that we now have a few housing units built in Saint-Dizier. It's because from this gesture, a lot of solidarity was formed between the two cities in the sports field, in cultural field, and exchange of know-hows. And I think that's a great way and a concrete way to be cross-cutting. and not only coming from a vertical system. Yes, another question? Thank you. I would like to make two comments. One to the person who's in charge of Casino. It's true that the neighborhood stores play a fundamental role. I was elected in my city for 20 years, and I understood that you're really playing that role, and so congratulations. And for you, madam, I have a comment. I'm not sure that the tech, like you call it, can bring solutions in all cases. Imagine a guy who's in the island of Reunion Island, if he's living in a shed and he barely has running water. I live there. Tech is important, but it's not. It's good. It doesn't apply to everyone. And then I go back to what should we do to do urban planning. I believe in the combination of state from the state and local authority. This morning I took the bus, the local bus, and I took the bus from the metropolis. If I came from a different place, I would have taken the bus from the region council. But those systems don't work together, so the public services of transport in the Bouches-du-Rhône department is not functioning correctly. So redefining the skills and maybe creating, as like in Paris, a whole unit to deal with all the transport of the region, that would work. So I forgot what else I want to say, so I give back the floor. Véronique, on the digital question. So we're aligned because I said that it was not the solution for everything. What I was trying to show is that it is also a lever to help those changes in the territories. But there are some cases where the tech is not going to be the solution. The tech sector should not replace the human. We talk a lot about AI, and I like to talk about augmented intelligence, because this tool should increase the humans and not replace it. But you're right, in some cases where the tech is not the solution and it's okay. But in many cases, the tech is the solution, and I think that today we're not open enough on different use cases, and we don't accelerate enough on those. Thank you. Another question from the room. No? Thank you very much. Nathalie, maybe you want to have the last word before we give our speakers a round of applause. Yes, the last word. I would like to say that we should work together and have all the actors working together, the state, local authorities, companies, trade unions, associations, get the population on board, keeping and maintaining the solidarity between the regions throughout territorial meshing. And also, you were right, redefining the skills of the region and maybe tap into this multi-layer cake that reduces the local initiatives. Thank you very much, and please give them a warm round of applause. Thank you very much.
Good morning, still for 30 seconds. So, welcome to this session. We got a couple of minutes before kicking off to the birth of new alliances. So, these 3/4 of the panels will be English speaking. So, take headphones because a large part of it will be in English. So I'm here with Bertrand Badré, invited by the Cercle des Économistes, president of the Blue Like Investment Fund, who will introduce this fascinating session. And my name is Stéphanie Antoine. I will kick off the debate on, I represent the debate on France 24 every day. So with no further ado, I will introduce the panelists. Mario Loyola with us today, a senior fellow in law, economics and technology at the Heritage Foundation. Thank you. Ling Yao, both. You say, so good, you're director of European Studies. Think tank is called Chinese Academy of International Trade and Economic Cooperation. Happy to have you in Aix as well. André Louvskrug-Pietri. Hello, President of JEDI. JEDI is a European research organization. And we also have Yang Kernitsi. Hello. You're head of Department of Economics and Innovation. It's a think tank for which you've been working. You work with the Konrad Adenauer Stiftungsnungen. And Omar Ashbour, who is a professor in Dohet Institute for Graduate Studies at the University of Exeter. And so you've all been introduced, Bertrand Badré. Bertrand, you introduce this session. Si tu fais l'introduction.
Il suffit que tu parles dedans et ça marche normalement. Non?
If you speak into the microphone, it should work. We've got a little problem with the sound here. We've just got a problem with the microphone. So Bertrand Badré. Does it work? Thank you, Stephanie. Welcome to people who are just arriving. So I'm really delighted to introduce this session, which is part of a new approach of the Circle of the Economists this year, where we decided to open up a number of sessions with people from think tanks coming from around the world. I've been taking part in these sessions for 24 years, and I don't think I've ever seen such a diverse panel in terms of intellectual contributions and geographic contributions. So thank you for this opportunity to the organizers. So when we talk about new alliances, it's true that intuitively we tend to look to the past, which is fairly easy. We think about what the alliances used to be, and we think about how it's changed and what's changing. It's easy to analyze what's happening, but it's much harder to look at what is going to happen and to have an idea of what's emerging. Of course, there was a general comfort, a relative comfort of the Cold War, as it were, which now seems a long time away. In 2015, of course, this was the Paris Accords on the climate, the Sustainable Development Goals for the United Nations, and also the Conference of Development, which we celebrated the birthday anniversary of last year. And at that time, Barack Obama and Xi Jinping shook hands. And I thought this handshake between these two people would open up a new era. But actually, 10 years later, it seemed like this handshake was actually the end of the previous era, the era that opened up in 1989, 1990, and was called the end of history. And so at that period, we experienced the end of history, and we've been feeling our way to see what is going to follow this. After that, we had Brexit, then we had the first mandate of Donald Trump, and we had the change with the Communist Party in China. So the order that came into place after the Second World War, the United Nations Charter, etc., we're seeing cracks in this order. When I was general director of the World Bank, I want to recognize the BRICS banks, and we saw that competition, we thought the competition was a good thing, but you can see in terms of the initial plan 10 years ago, things have got a lot further and a lot faster, and we can see a multipolar world developing. It's not only a multipolar, which is not a bad thing as such, but actually we're seeing these poles confronting one another. So in the previous session, we were talking about defense, technology, migration. All of these subjects are showing the fracture lines, which means that alliances are becoming harder and harder. I remember my first steps in international governance in the G7 or G20, where it was quite difficult to imagine how we could see agreement coming together with so much diversity around the table. Now it's becoming even harder and harder as we move to a world which is no longer thinking about a win-win approach, but is approaching a zero-sum game approach. We are now talking a lot, we're talking about chainsaws rather than unity. We're seeing concepts emerging. We're talking about multi-alignments, coalition of the willing. We're talking about the global south. There's an alliance, the NATO alliance, which was seen as unmovable, but this is starting to crack. In this context, we're finding coming back to rules that we'd forgotten, not just rules about behavior, but also standards associated with governance. We're going to talk about all of this, but there's another issue I'm also concerned about, which there are challenges of globalization, not globalization as we knew it and the regulation of behavior, but actually we have challenges, planetary challenges, the climate challenge, of course, but not only the climate challenge. Alliances being developed only for technological and commercial objectives, but despite the fragmentation, are we going to be able to come together about what brings us all together as one humanity on the planet? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Bertrand. This sets the stage. Let's start with you, Mario Loyola. Microphone. Yes, it does. Yes. So, senior fellow at the Heritage Foundation. Heritage Foundation, for those who are listening to us, the think tank that established the Donald Trump Program 2, and you were part of Donald Trump Program 1, which was somewhat different. So, is it your vision, that of the Heritage Foundation today with Trump, with the Heritage Foundation, do we sign the end of the U.S. order from 1945?
No, not at all. Thank you for having me. It's great to be with all of you. What we're seeing now, I think, is since the end of the Cold War, a multipolar world that has marked by instability, marked by shifting alliances. But it is still the same world that we've lived in for several centuries, in which we have a competition among the world's major constitutional systems to see which one can deliver the greatest prosperity and security for its people. We won the Cold War against a system that was very weak, not just economically, but also because it was weak economically, it was in the end very weak militarily, despite all the appearances of the strong Soviet military. Now we see in China the rise of a power that is I'd love to hear more on this point. But we look at China and we ask ourselves, what system is this? It is not like the Soviet Union. I'm Cuban. It's not like any communist country I've ever heard of. And we see a paradox, which is a system that is increasingly able to deliver both prosperity and security for its people. Why? Because even though it's socialist in concept, it's increasingly free market and capitalist in practice, somewhat the opposite of the West, unfortunately. And so one factor that I would focus everyone's attention on is that has received very little attention, but will hopefully receive more attention in the years ahead, is the fact that China has discovered how to have the cheapest, most reliable, most abundant electricity of any industrial power in the West, at the same time as electricity is getting more expensive and more unreliable in the Western world as a result of the pursuit of climate policies. This is a long-term danger for our systems compared to the Chinese systems, and I would just say one point about the world's alliances on this. That what we need is not a new alliance, but a new mission for an old alliance, which is NATO. I think that NATO needs to go back to its original conception to embrace industrial power. Yeah? Oh. Hello, can you hear me? That NATO needs to get back to embrace the objective of economic growth and industrial power, of representing the global interests of its members, and also the flexibility of those members to act to solve the problems that each of them individually may be most concerned with. And one thing that that the NATO countries need to make a commitment to is energy abundance. This is something that I hope everyone will remember from this conference, is that a great long-term danger to Western democracies is the problem of energy scarcity. And by embracing the goal of energy abundance, we can open the door to a new alliance, I will say, with the Global South. Because we've seen at the COP, the climate COP the last several years, that the governments of India, African governments are showing up and saying, we're not going to sacrifice human development for climate action. And I would say that this is the correct posture, and it should be our posture as well. Because at the end of the day, the reason why we worry about climate change is because of the danger that climate change poses to human development. And so human development is what must come first.
Une question sur est-ce qu'on peut
A question is, can we talk about alliances in the US of Trump? Does alliance mean anything?
The United States has maintained its firm commitment to NATO. But again, the United States, let's remember why, let's say, Charles de Gaulle withdrew France from the military command structure of NATO 60 years ago. The reason was that he wanted to preserve France's flexibility of action, the flexibility of France to act in its own interests. And what I think will strengthen the NATO alliance, and I don't speak for the Trump administration, but I think this is the view of the White House now, is that the members of NATO need to demonstrate the capacity to act in the interests of the alliance. And this means, to give an example, we just saw Israel and the United States had strikes against Iran's nuclear program. This is a problem that the NATO should have solved 20 years ago. This should not have been an Israeli operation. This should have been a NATO operation, and it should have happened 20 years ago. Why? Because Iran's nuclear program is a threat to all the NATO countries.
Donc ce n'est plus la Russie l'adversaire principal.
So Russia is no longer the key adversary of NATO now.
NATO, of course, was created to confront the threat of Soviet communism. What we have in Vladimir Putin is a return to the imperialism of Tsarist, something resembling more the imperialism of Tsarist Russia. I would say that the problem of Ukraine is a very difficult problem because the 1991 borders of Ukraine were the product of Soviet policy, and they were compatible with a country that is dominated by Russia, but not fully compatible with a country that wanted to be part of Europe and independent from Russia. And so conflict was baked into the 1991 borders of Ukraine in a way that I think people still don't understand. But to the extent that NATO sees correctly the Ukraine war as a very serious challenge, again, it is more of a challenge for the European side of NATO than for the US side of NATO. And the US and the European side needs to show that it's willing to put its money where its mouth is, that it's willing to put resources into achieving the supposed goal of the war.
André Loscruc-Pietri, vous pouvez peut-être...
André Loscruc-Pietri, maybe you could respond to what Mario's been saying about this new alliance and this conception of NATO, which is perhaps a bit different. This is an alliance that was born in 1949, so it is part of this post-war architecture. So we've got Europeans that need to rearm, that's part of it, but they also are starting to focus on the South. That's what Mario Loyola said. Perhaps I could just say something. I feel like a bit of an outsider in this panel because I'm not a think tank. It's true that we spend about 50% of our time trying to anticipate, because I think the real subject for most democracies is the future of democracy. And what we try to do is define the future that we want and not have a future imposed on us by others. So just perhaps to step aside from this and to step back slightly, we've talked a lot about Donald Trump, and he has this expression which is that you're going to hear about winning, and you'll be tired of winning. So the question we need to ask ourselves about new alliances, what is working in the 21st century today? So we hear a lot these terms about Europe is a herbivore in a world of carnivores. I think we've all heard this. I'm not going to go into that. I would say that we could even go much further. We could say that there are vertebrates that know that know what they want, and there are vertebrates that don't know what they want. And those people who don't know what they want are going to lose. Who are these? Says the moderator. I'll let you draw your own conclusions, speaker. What I'd say as well is also the speed is a key issue. I've been here for 3 hours and I've heard about how much money needs to be put into the social contract, into innovation, into research. It's clear today that more money is better than less money. But what really counts today is speed. Speed. Speed is the key factor of success. And today, people that go faster than others are those that are going to impose their model on others. And people that define the agenda, they are going to crush others, because I haven't got another term. That's the best term I've got. The third aspect so that alliances work is that we're still talking about institutions. And we are, in our European countries, we're really focused on institutions. And we no longer talk about the American presidency. Now we talk about Donald Trump. We no longer talk about the Communist Party in China. We talk about Xi Jinping. We no longer talk about Russia, but about Putin. So who do we talk about in Europe? Well, once again, we talk about people, because these people are giving a rhythm. So the moderator, this is the problem of the telephone call to someone to make something happen. Yes, I think there's a lot of opportunities. The fourth thing is this question of contrast. I heard Jacques Attali earlier saying this subject of long-term, and I think he's absolutely right. This is my fourth point. Alliances that work are alliances that are thinking to the future. They're not fighting yesterday's war. They've not got NATO's plans on yesterday wars, but they've got NATO's plans for the war of the future. Like what war? Well, in Europe, for example, we hadn't at all anticipated. But if we'd listened to the Baltic states, we could have anticipated what happened in Russia. We could have anticipated what's happening in the Middle East. We probably could have anticipated a bit more on that. And I don't necessarily agree with everything here, but I think we could have anticipated better in terms of innovation. These are the budgets that we really need to invest in. The people that are winning today are authoritarian countries that have this luxury, as it were, for bad reasons, to have a long-term vision. So in order to put in place alliances, we need to bring together this idea of vision, of a backbone, and then really to act. I hear a lot of frustration today about the report, about I've got the Ministry of Industry saying we're going to do an inventory, and I am from Corsica, so I have sympathy with him, but there's an inventory of mines. But no, in 2 months, a lot of car industry factories are going to shut down because they have no more rare metals. So we need to work on these things, and that will make it possible for us to put in place alliances.
Lignao. Bonjour. You're director of the European Study, Chinese Academy, and Industrial Trade and Economic Cooperation. Of course, you have to answer to Mario Loyola, who says China is well ahead when it comes to prices on energy, the prices law. Do you agree with the way he described China, which is the main rival of the US?
The world order.
Il faut que vous mettiez votre micro. Yeah. Closer your mic.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So show my opinions about the end of the world order.
It is.
Yeah, okay.
Donc sur cette fin de ce monde de 1945, quelle est la vision chinoise?
What's the Chinese vision?
I'm Yao Ling from China, and thank you, Stephanie. And in my opinions, the World Economic Order, since it's established after World War II, has been actually in transformation, especially when we're talking about the global trading system. During the almost 40 years from the 1948 the birth of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade to 1995, the establishment of the World Trade Organization. Trade liberalization had occupied the center of the global trading system, and we can see a lot of tariff reduction between European country and the Asia country, and also American country and the African country. And also we can see some more open markets, not only in goods trade, but also in service trade. However, after the 2008, the outbreak of the international financial crisis, the trade liberalization encountered a strong backlash, giving the negative effects of trade liberalization, such as the widening the income gaps and the increasing the structural unemployment have accumulated and paid less attention to on the society level. So we can find since the 2016, the global trading system was deeply undermined. And we can see the reform of the WTO has been outstanding, even being as the existential issues to the WTO. And under the current global trading system, the United States, the EU, and the EU, China, and also the developing countries like the BRICS have all the important forces. I think they can play their roles of the different alliance based on the different consensus. When we focused on the supporting the multilateralism or addressing the climate change or protecting the biodiversity, China and the EU have much consensus. So the cooperation between China and the EU contribute not only to their own economic and social development, but also promote the inclusive economic globalization. That's all my opinions.
That's your opinion. And avec l'Europe.
With Europe, which is implementing a tariff politics against Chinese vehicles to protect its own automotive industry. So what do you think about that?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. You don't have a...
Yeah.
Just the tariffs that the European countries actually are putting right now on China's automobile. What do you think of that? Because it's to protect the industry in Europe, that it's not open anymore to China the way it used to be.
Yeah, I think the tariff measures imposed by the United States imposed sweepingly to its trading partners, not only the China but also the EU. So for China, we would like to cooperate with most of our trading partners under the current global trading system.
Yeah. Donc voilà, c'est intéressant quand même de voir.
So that's interesting. Thank you, Jan Cenici. To move over onto you, China is supporting this this OMT, the WTO world, the America much less. What would be your approach and perspective on this shift from 1945? Do you think this is the end of multilateralism as we have known it? You were talking about the WTO, the NATO, of course, which needs to be transformed. How do you see this?
For the question, so I would also have many comments to what the people before said, so I would be glad to discuss afterwards on other topics, but I start with that one. I mean, we live in a time where many people say the multilateral order has collapsed, has broken down, that this is not working anymore. would first of all like to make the point that that is not true. So we still have a multilateral order. We have the United Nations, we have the WTO, we have things like we had forgotten on, but now we remember, like the International Atomic Energy Organization, that obviously is still relevant. But all the mentioned organizations and much more don't work to their full capacity anymore. Many things don't work anymore because there are strong actors that don't believe in the value of cooperation anymore. And that makes it nearly impossible to have clear regulations and semi-laws on the global level that bind all the countries closer. That bind all the countries to accept these laws, these regulations. And that leads to a situation in which we still have the organizations I mentioned, but we need other forms of corporations, other alliances, some kind of ad hoc alliances, in which countries solve the problems that cannot be addressed anymore by the big overarching organizations on the global level. And that will only work if we believe in cooperation. And that's something I would actually like to discuss with Mario later, because I believe that a kind of zero-sum game in which governments think there's only one thing, either I grab it or somebody else, and that leaves no room for cooperation. I still highly believe, and I think it's proven, that cooperation leads to gains on both sides of the cooperation, and that we always need to look for institutions and also for the will to cooperate, and that we are not...
No, c'était pour le... It's for him. So we can, yeah, so we can... Go ahead, finish.
So that we should still always remember that cooperation brings gains to both sides, and that in a zero-sum game in which just one side seeks to maximize its gains, all sides lose, also the ones that would consider themselves the winners. So I see the new world we have to look at. We have existing alliances that are still there. We have to nurture them and develop them. We have to look at new alliances in spaces where we don't have them to make it possible to cooperate, and we need to believe in cooperation.
Sorry, new alliances between who and who?
Between multiple partners. So we have different aspects. If you look, for example, at cooperation with the EU and China, I think there are quite some options in the economic sectors to cooperate on norms, for example, on specific things regarding climate change. I would see chances to find ways of cooperation. I'm sure there is no feasible way to cooperate on security issues, for example, between the EU and China. So we'll come to a world in which we have to look at the topics we want to talk about, then look which partners can we work with, and then try to form ad hoc alliance. It will be many of them, it will be lots of work.
Une approche pragmatique, en quelque sorte.
Yes, yes.
So this is a kind of pragmatic approach you're suggesting. Do you want to respond here? Yes, I wanted just to respond, because we're talking about alliances, but the big mistake that we've been making for the last 20 years, and I think the WTO has been a massive, a characteristic error here, because if we want to work on the illusion of efficiency and a kind of fact that we don't say things like they really are. So it's clear that the WTO has made it possible for China to become a clandestine passenger of international trade. So that's just a false debate. The second thing, I was at the NATO summit in The Hague last week. A lot of European countries came saying we've given 5% to Trump, but nevertheless we're not going to be able to do it because Spain doesn't want to do it, because France doesn't have the resources to do it. And so we're creating the seeds of the conflict of tomorrow. So I think there is value in not working with illusion. That's the great European disease, this idea that we're the most competitive, we have the best scientists. You're saying this is arrogance, says the moderator? No, it's not arrogance. I just think we're living in a parallel reality. With the invertebrates that we are, the herbivores that we are, we're spineless, and I'm wearing a green hat here, and it's not red, and it's focused on Europe, but in our alliances, in our relationships between states, so let's talk about something else which is not to do with alliances. France and Germany, this great partnership between France and Germany, this will be celebrated with the heads of states, with a lot of businesses, but all defense, French, German, defense projects have not come off. Nobody says this. In the Bourget air show, people were still playing with the illusion, but nobody is saying this isn't working. I think in our alliances, we need to say to China the truth. We need to say to the USA the absolute truth and say that we're worried about Article 5. The Americans have said it like it is to us in terms of our investment in defense, and even more to the Germans than to the French. And this is the adult world in which we need to enter into.
Parole.
Omar, sure, you may take the floor. So, you're British, so interesting to have the British vision about this end of the old 1945 order, and what's the position of England or the UK when it comes to alliances?
Approchez bien le micro, the mic close to your mouth. Please.
Yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure and honor to be here, and thank you for the question. Well, there is the official position, the opposition position, and
your position.
And my position, yeah. So I'm speaking for myself, to be very fair. I'll just paint a picture, and it aligns with what some of my colleagues have already said. So part of the picture is that post-1945 and post-1991, 92, the threat environment has changed significantly. So now we have nuclearly armed states. One of them is willing to lose 30,000 per month in terms of casualties to fight an offensive war. It's not a defensive war to defend Moscow, it's an offensive war to take part of another country. Mind you, the Russian Federation lives on 40% of the European continent. All the rest of us, from Britain all the way to Estonia, Finland, and Ukraine, living on 60%. Okay, so they do not need more territory. But they're willing to lose 30,000 in terms of casualties, casualties meaning death, wounded, POWs, defected and missing, for a period of months, we can say, and willing to continue that war. That makes them a very conventionally dangerous opponent, or a dangerous adversary, but also that state is nuclearly armed. So the threat environment is changing. The alliance shape is changing. So the alliance looks on paper great. It looks that, since the 1990s, the NATO membership has increased by 15 members, okay? But if you looked at the capabilities-wise, the capabilities have declined significantly. It's halved in terms of artillery capabilities, in terms of armor capabilities, in terms of numbers, pure numbers of soldiers. So the alliance on paper looks great, but the capabilities are declining. If you looked at the commitment of the alliance, is also very shakeable. We all remember in 1994 there was a Budapest memorandum that was signed and guaranteed to make Ukraine, to denuclearize Ukraine, so hand over the nuclear weapons. And that Budapest memorandum, was guaranteed by the Russian Federation, the United States, and the United Kingdom, my country, unfortunately, and also France and China were witnesses to that. And in the end, when Ukraine got really invaded and had no nuclear weapon to defend itself, had no convention capabilities to do so, the Obama administration and the Merkel chancellorship told them, we will get Crimea back with diplomacy and some sanctions. So there is think of that if something happened in the Baltics. So in terms of the commitment of the alliance to support smaller states who are not nuclear and less capable conventionally to fight an adversary that, again, is willing to lose that amount of soldiers. And finally, in terms of the threat environment, there is also non-state adversaries. So in terms of hybrid and proxy warfare, the capabilities are still there in terms of abusing or using terrorism across Europe in terms of arsenal and other forms of, shall we say, hybrid arsenals. That is also available in terms of non-state forces. So if you have that threat environment, going back to the UK, then we just have our strategic security review, and it highlights many of these issues. The planning is there, the execution is not. And we're still lagging quite behind.
C'est souvent le cas. Merci beaucoup.
In the case, Mario Loyola, we talked about the war in Ukraine, so of course I have to ask you a question to react to what Omar Ashur just said. Why the US did decide to pull out the delivery of the Patriot weapons, to pull this delivery of Patriots to the Ukrainians, and therefore they're now more vulnerable versus the menace, the threat of Russia, from Russia.
State a very difficult issue, which is to some extent a sui generis issue. There are parallels to the Baltics, because certainly Putin would love to reconstitute the Russian Empire. That's true, but I think that Russia sees itself, rightly or wrongly, as caught in an existential struggle, and this makes Russia very dangerous because it is willing to sustain casualties of 30,000 a month. It's willing to lose 1 million people to preserve Mariupol within Russian control. And the European countries are not willing to lose 1 million people to get Mariupol back. So at the end of the day, I think this is a lawsuit over the Soviet legacy. It's one last ticking time bomb left behind by the Soviet Union. And some kind of conflict, I think, tension was inevitable over this issue once the Ukrainian people decided that they wanted to be part of Europe and that they did not want to be part of Russia. And so this needed to be accommodated, and it could not be accommodated in time. The Minsk agreements could not be implemented, et cetera, et cetera. But what has been obvious is that the stated aim of Ukraine and the Western governments, which is the liberation of the totality of the 1991 borders, is, you could say, the only principled aim under international law, but it is impossible. It is just impossible. Why? Because the Russians are willing to lose many more people to prevent that from happening than the Europeans are willing to lose to make it happen. And so a compromise is inevitable. And what the United States sees, and I think what Western European governments are going to see increasingly, is to push the two sides to a settlement that can be the basis for peace. I think that a long-term problem that Europe faces and NATO faces that's more complicated is the rise of China and how to accommodate the rise of China, the rise of the military and industrial power of China in a peaceful way that reinforces the international system instead of bringing instability. And here I would just ask you to think about the situation in Europe 120 years ago when we saw a very similar authoritarian system in Germany that was producing enormous economic power, enormous industrial power, enormous military power. The challenge was how to accommodate the rise of this system peacefully, and we failed.
Oui, mais juste sur le processus de paix, Donald Trump a dit qu'il voulait la paix.
But in terms of the peace process, Donald Trump said he wanted peace between Ukraine and Russia. At his recent press conference, he said that Putin was more difficult to deal with than he'd imagined. So within the Heritage Foundation, how do you see the American leadership on this question? Because we can see this transactional approach, which is the key to Trump's policy approach internationally. It doesn't work.
West and administrations going back to the Obama administration failed to prevent the war in Ukraine and have exacerbated the war in Ukraine is insufficient carrots and insufficient sticks. The failure has been, going back 20 years, I would say that the United States has not missed a single opportunity to inflame the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. At every turn, they have prevented what could have been a peaceful resolution of the conflict and have made and have helped to make military conflict more attractive for Russia than a compromise solution. And so I think that right now we have to make sure that we're not repeating the same mistake again. So I would say that we have to continue military support for Ukraine.
Oui, donc vous êtes en désaccord avec la dernière décision du Pentagone, alors?
So
individual decisions, I don't think those decisions are well understood. I'm not going to address individual decisions.
Okay.
But I think that that the key thing is that I think that Russia is bluffing when it says that it won't accept NATO troops in Ukraine. I think that Russia has, by focusing on Crimea and Donbass, has resigned itself to the inevitability of Ukrainian membership in NATO down the road. But in the meantime, what has to happen is that the European governments of NATO have to show that they are willing to defend Ukrainian sovereignty, at least within the territory that Ukraine holds now, from further Russian aggression. And so to say we can compromise on the territory We can negotiate over the territory that's been fighting over thus far, but no further. And I think it's very important for the European governments to step up and make that commitment, not just by selling weapons, but I think by putting soldiers on the ground. And this commitment will send a very clear message even to Washington.
Merci. Yann Cernizzi, vous vouliez...
Thank you very much. I think Jan Cernizzi wanted to respond.
But it seems to work now, yeah? Yes, I wanted to respond on Mario because I noted that down when you spoke for the first time, you mentioned that NATO, from your side, would be important to try to cooperate on economic power, to be able to produce weapons. You said cooperation on energy markets. Now you mentioned to be able to cope with China on an economic basis. That is not what NATO is made for, from my understanding. From my understanding, NATO is clearly a defense alliance in which we come together and just want to be prepared for aggression from the outside and be able to defend ourselves. Here, the other aspects you mentioned, the Europeans have the European Union for that. And of course, the US is invited to cooperate with the European Union on aspects of energy, of trade, on economic cooperations. I would be very glad if we discuss about things like TTIP again. That would be a great thing to do. But I would be, I'm actually surprised that you don't mention defense when you speak about NATO, but all the other aspects that from the European perspectives are not part of NATO.
Vous répondez. Ça marche moins bien. Celui-là marche pas. Ah si, c'est bon, c'est bon, c'est bon. Ok, ça ira. Vous répondez et je fais réagir le reste des panélistes, hein, Mario.
It's work? No, okay. Maybe I'm being censored. So I would say that it's been obvious since I think the end of the Cold War posed, this is something that's been discussed by NATO for 3 decades now, that the end of the Cold War meant that NATO had succeeded in its original mission of defending the territory of NATO. And then the question was, if NATO is to be relevant, what's its mission going to be in the post-Cold War world? And the action in Yugoslavia, in the former Yugoslavia, gave the first answer to this, which is that in order to continue to be relevant, NATO has to be able to act within the near abroad, not on the NATO territory, but just outside of the NATO territory. And then after 9/11, we had the next question was, okay, now in the global war on terrorism, after the attacks of 9/11, what can the relevance of NATO be? And at that time, the Bush administration had the doctrine of the global expeditionary mission for NATO. NATO has global interests. It needs to be able to project power abroad. So for example, in the negotiations over NATO member contributions to the common defense, the Bush administration pointed out that France had no tankers to refuel airplanes with. So therefore, it couldn't conduct any Air Force missions beyond the national territory of France or 500 miles from the national territory of France. Afghanistan was the test of this. This is why the United States insisted on making Afghanistan a NATO mission. And the failure, ultimately, of this in Afghanistan is one that people should be really thinking about in terms of what is the success that can attend upon NATO with a global mission. But I would say that NATO that only focuses on the territorial defense of NATO countries is an irrelevant NATO.
Vous pouvez répondre, André Le Scrupietri, là-dessus. Justement, est-ce que l'OTAN a les moyens, d'ailleurs, de devenir...
So you can answer this question, André Le Scrupietri. Does NATO have the power to become a planetary power? Well, what they know very well that NATO doesn't have its own troops. NATO is a massive machine of command post and interoperability, so it puts in place defense plans with common defense plans. Today, NATO and the member states of NATO are dependent on the firepower of America, and particularly the power for organization of America. Here's a figure that the Europeans, together with Britain, put in 50% of the American defense budget, so that's not nothing, but they only have 10% of capacity for refueling, as we've heard, for projection, for information intelligence by satellites. So it's a very low capacity. And then we say, well, everyone's buying F-35s. Well, we need to put in the effort to build real common tools, because this is coming in as a kind of harmonizing tool. Moderator, this is going to be the case with the European rearmament program. Answer. Yes, this has been the case over the last 3 years, since 2022 and the Russian invasion. 80%, 78% precisely, of additional defense spending in Europe have been spent on non-European industrial players, and most of them American. So we haven't used this massive opportunity. Now we're going to have more resources, but we need to see the world that we're in. And this is where I think we need to have a vision that evolves. What's happening today in Iran is having an impact, because ballistic missiles that have been fired at Tel Aviv could also hit Marseille and Aix-en-Provence, because also China, if one day perhaps China might put in place a blocus, a trade bloc, and it will be Europe which will be the first who will be impacted by this, when we'll put in place a tool through the Suez Canal. It's the economy and European societies that are impacted. So I think we have a vision of defense which depends on the economy, technologies. The vision of a defense alliance, I think, needs to be seen much more broadly. Omar Chour.
Can you, it's working now. Okay, just very briefly on the 3Ds, the deterrence and the diplomacy and the defense manufacturing. So in terms of the deterrence works. We know that collective deterrence works. So just a brief example, the Baltics, much easier targets. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania were not invaded by the Russian Federation, partly because they are part of NATO. Ukraine, the second largest country in Europe after the Russian Federation, with 21 maneuver brigades, that was part of the defense reforms between 2014 and 2022. So a country that is large enough with teeth, but just got attacked because it's out of NATO. Okay, when you have 32 countries ready to defend you, that's a different story. So you're signaling.
Et on a l'impression qu'elle n'y rentrera jamais.
But we feel like Ukraine will never be part of NATO.
I'm just giving an example. Hopefully it will be. Hopefully it will be. And I am just giving an example of, the failure of single country deterrence versus collective deterrence of NATO. So that was the main point. The second point on deterrence, actually, if you're signaling that you are serious, for example, in the Cold War, NATO reserved the right for the first nuclear strike because of the Soviet conventional superiority on the European continent in terms of artillery and tanks. They reserved the right to deter them. They had to resort to unconventional, and that was in the doctrine. So it signaled we're serious. Don't mess in Europe. So that's two. In terms of diplomacy was tried and tested multiple times. The largest artillery and armored battle that happened on the European continent before 2022 was in the Baltstva in 2015. This is after Minsk II agreements between, sponsored and supported by the French presidency and the Merkel chancellorship. And it was between President Poroshenko and President Putin, and it did not work. So diplomacy here, if it's not backed by actual strength and actual deterrence, it will not last, okay? And finally, on the defense manufacturer. Defense manufacturers, it's great to have a very solid defense industry, but it does not work with just switching a government or a political will. It's a long-term process. It's a long-term investment. You cannot say, I want to enhance my defense capabilities today, and then tomorrow the capabilities are enhanced. It takes years. So long-term investment here in the defense capabilities is very critical. And this bridging between, on one end, welfare and the economy of Europe and the defense of Europe should be bridged. It should be focused that actually the defense capabilities provide more jobs, provide more investment in the resources, in the local resources, and that strategic signaling should be laid out generally to the public, in the media, and so on, to bridge that gap.
Et ça va prendre du temps.
And that's going to take time. This objective.
Hence the strategy. Hence we need a strategy, a long-term one.
Et la guerre en Ukraine.
And the Ukraine war, people are saying that we're running out of time, so we need to get people from the room asking questions. Yes, we've got 10 minutes left. Sorry, we've gone way beyond time. Sorry about this. So I can see there's some questions. Please, sir, would you ask your question? I'm Mathieu Dupousseau. I'm a business leader from Germany. I'm a member of the French Industry of Administrators. But the change through trade has failed. We can see that mercantile approach that we have in Europe has made us very vulnerable. That's what we've heard today. And we have also seen that we have no European geopolitical alliance in terms of make Europe great again. I like the cap. Would it not be worthwhile for us to draw the geopolitical conclusion and come out of NATO to make our own alliance? Who wants to answer that question?
Peut-être Yann? Non,
Yann? Do not forget today, well, this is a consensus that we agreed, NATO is the defense mechanisms of Europe. For a long time, there was an intention in France to get some kind of European pillar. You know, there was a lot of semantic diatribe. Look, in Sweden, Finland joined NATO, and they confirmed that it is the best solution. However, just a point about the illusion. Well, Ukrainians went from 100,000 to 1 million drone. So it's not a question of time ago, the simple drones, but for the last 3 years, our production capabilities in this country have improved by 28%. So let's not stop about war economy. We're not there yet. First, because we don't have the money. Second, because industrialists are waiting for orders. So we have to be more radical in the paradigm, because if tomorrow we get attacked, we got 5 days to hold on. Another question over there. Jan, would you like to react?
I mean, I think we will need both NATO and other alliances on the European level, and we have to be sure that the basis of all alliances that Europe can form is a strong, effective European Union that can speak with one voice. And for me, it doesn't matter if it's on defense, on supply chains, on climate change, on any other thing. It doesn't make lots of sense if individual European countries, even Germany, sit alone on a table next to China, the US, and India, other big countries. So the first thing we need to have is invest, and there's lots of investment to be done in the European capacities on alliance building, on all this aspect. That means a combination of diplomacy and sectoral know-how. We're not there yet. The French lead the way in a certain way on economic diplomacy. They're much ahead of there. But we need to invest in that, and only then we can always, as Europeans, see which kind of alliances do we want to have, where does it make sense, and then work on that in all the sectors. But that does not mean that we should abandon NATO. NATO is there and is relevant. We should make sure that it still works as far as it's possible. But if it's not, we have to, of course, have our options to find other alliances.
Et le nouveau chancelier, justement, est-ce qu'il y a un shift en Allemagne?
Is there a change in Germany with the new chancellor? Does he want more Europe or not?
I hope yes. So, I mean, the new German government, now in power for some months, I think showed strong signals in willing to have more European common activities. There's lots of discussions on the European level with all the partners. So I see a strong will in that, to take the lead, but also to cooperate, and to invest also means in that. Yeah.
Omar Achour, vous vouliez...
Omar Achour, would you like to respond to this question?
Very briefly, not to the question. I was just having a comment on alliance. Well, okay, so I'll stop then.
Oh, no, you could react for 30 seconds.
Yeah, okay. So the alliance, on the quantity and the quality of the alliance. So the quantity of the alliance, it's great to have enhance the quantity in terms of alliances in South Korea, Japan, in the Pacific, Australia, New Zealand, etc. So the quantity is great. The quality is very, very important. The quality of the alliance, meaning the mass, how much people, how much depth we have. The method, are we having actually practical doctrines that can apply? The mindset, are the people actually are realizing the threat and realizing how serious it is, and so on. So the quality is also important. Thank you.
La qualité, Mario Loyola.
quality. So Mario Loyola, just very quickly.
On top of all those factors that are important for the success of an alliance, there also has to be a visible willingness on the part of the governments to use that military power when they have to do it. And this is a big failing, right? If we had the United States has 11 aircraft carrier battle groups, but for 20 years the government of Iran didn't think we would use any of them to do anything about the nuclear program, so we might as well not have had any aircraft carriers. And I would say that one aircraft carrier battle group in the hands of a government that shows that it's willing to use it is more valuable than 10.
Bertrand, un mot de conclusion en 30 secondes.
Bertrand, in 36 seconds, you can just summarize. So you can just see, what you can see is that we have panels of people holding up panels to say how much time we have left. So thank you to all of you. I think the circle organizers are wanting to invite people who are thinking about these questions from around the planet. I think it's a really good idea, and it's something we need to continue. What I can see really some convergent is that we're all seeing that the world is changing. What's also, it might be easy to say that, and even there's a bit of debate around security questions. I've not heard any sense of dramatization. We're all accepting the fact that the world is changing. We're leaving behind nostalgia, and the question is that we need to see how we're going to adapt. And we agree that how easy it is to adapt depends on where we are on the planet and on our history. Secondly, the concept of alliances is changing, and therefore the concept of allies. This is a shock of realities. I think Andre reminded us this, that it's important to say truth as we see it. That's not always comfortable. So we're moving perhaps away from traditional alliances where we have more alliances of interests, more contractual alliances, alliances that are less based on values but more on short-term objectives. That means that we need to start thinking about the instruments of these alliances, the length of these alliances, are these closed or open alliances, and also I think Mario was saying at the beginning, there's this question about what do we want out of alliances. Of course, we all agree that we need to focus on greater prosperity and security. What's not very clear is whether it's prosperity or security of our own country or of our planet or any other intermediary form. That means that we also need to understand what other people want. And it means that we need to try and understand institutions, but also understand people. I recently saw Francis Fukuyama, who said that I spent too much time doing political science and not enough time doing psychology. So we can see today that actually that would be useful. There's a discussion today on the role and missions of alliances today. We've seen that with NATO. The fourth point, this is a transatlantic question. This is one that really got us debating this question of the we haven't really talked about the trans-Pacific aspect, and we haven't talked very much about the global south. It's perhaps the party that's missing from this panel. We should think about that in future years. Here, this is not just about trade and technology. It was interesting to see this is a question about peace and war, a question where human lives are in play. So what are we doing at an institutional level, where we talked about the WTO and NATO? Are there institutions to create? Do we need to recognize that the alliances that we're talking about are part of a framework that now has been left behind? We're now talking about zero-sum games rather than win-win games. So what I need to leave you in the conclusion is this question about the fact that we need to keep our eyes open about what's happening, not accept illusions. And I think to conclude, I just want to share an anecdote from the previous century. 40 years ago, Ronald Reagan and Mikhail Gorbachev met for the first time in Geneva to talk for talks between the two superpowers of the Cold War. This was fairly tense, and then they came out of the meeting room. They walked around the Lake Léman, and Gorbachev said, if the US was attacked by an extraterrestrial power, would you come and help us? Said Reagan, and Gorbachev said, of course we would, and asked the question back, and then Reagan said, yes, of course we would as well. So we need to have this in our minds. So we have all these differences and all these abrasive relationships, but there's something greater that goes beyond us. It's our planet and the life of people living on this planet. We need to keep in mind the essential. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Allez, vas-y.